Hi and welcome to the Digital Innovation Festival. DIF's an exciting Victorian government initiative that brings together people to connect, collaborate and learn about digital tech and innovation. It runs for 2 weeks. Innovation drives growth across every part of our economy and makes Victoria one of the greatest places in the world to live, work and do business. Our local innovators are responsible for some of the world's major advances in technology, medicine, manufacturing and science, things that are now part of our everyday, at home, at work, at school and everywhere in between. Our position as an innovation leader is firmly established and the Andrews Labor government is committed to working with people just like you, Victorian businesses, entrepreneurs, individuals and communities to drive economic growth and create new and exciting opportunities for Victoria. I hope you enjoyed today's event and be sure to check out the other events taking place over the course of the Digital Innovation Festival. Hopefully next year we'll be able to do some of these events in person, but for now, stay safe and stay well and enjoy the online DIF that is the 2021 festival. Take care.
and welcome to the 2022 Digital Innovation Festival. We are going to be talking all about jobs, careers, startup world, and all things to do with technology. So if you're not a graduate, this is still a great event to tune into. If you're not looking for a new job, it's still going to provide a little bit of tips and advice as to maybe how to direct your career or upskill yourself. So throughout today, we have some amazing panelists. I really encourage you to stick around for the entire day. If you're watching this in the future, it will be available on demand on the Victorian Government's website. We're so proud to have them as a sponsor once again this year. So please feel free to tag a friend, share this video, and I just really hope that you guys enjoy today's event. Today we're going to be talking over multiple streams, 1 hour panels each. So just if you have a particular brand that you'd like to tune in for, feel free to. We're doing it on the hour every hour. For our very first panel today, I'm so excited to bring to you, we have Niraj from VMware, we have Dan Goldberg, he is the cyber expert and thought leader. We've also got Diana Walsh from Twilio. We're so excited to hear what she has to say about technology, startup world. We also have Kelly Hutchinson. She's from the Victorian Government. She'll be talking all about their new initiatives to help graduates into work. And we also have Taylor Tran, who is absolutely renowned in the startup world. He will be speaking on our final panel as well today. So I'm going to bring our guests through. Please make sure you tag, drop a comment, ask any questions that you have in the comment section. We will be giving away a bunch of prizes, professional resumes, job interview training, internship training programs, and a whole lot more. So please welcome our speakers. We have Taylor Tran, we've got Kelly, we've got Diana Walsh, Dan Goldberg, and Niraj. Thanks so much, guys, for tuning in today. Maybe we just go round the block and check in with everyone and just get to know a little bit more about what it is that you do, your role at your company, a bit more about what the company does. So maybe let's head over in order. So Taylor, do you want to tell us a little bit more about what do you do on a day-to-day basis over there at I4?
I work at I4 Connects. We help the federal government deliver a funding program for startups. So on a day-to-day basis, I speak to startups and talking to them about projects, because we offer up to $1 million in match funding for startup projects with novel ideas. So on a day-to-day basis, I could be talking to lots of startups, which is very exciting.
I love that, Taylor. That's so amazing. And I'm sure a lot of people here are going to be super passionate about the startups sort of sphere and the startup world. So we do have the second half of today's event all about startups. So I'm really excited. And if you're a grad, you know, there's so many ways that you can get involved. Sometimes it can be maybe a better career pathway for some individuals to get a job in a startup or to maybe do your own little thing. So we're going to be talking all about that today and in our later panels as well. So thanks so much, Taylor, for joining us. Kelly, I'm sure a lot of people know who you are. Thanks so much for joining us from VicGov. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about what you guys are doing there at VicGov, a bit more about what you do?
Yeah, sure. Thanks so much, Jess. And so I'm Kelly Hutchinson and I work for the Victorian Government, and I'm in the digital economy team in the tech sector. So we look at trying to support those startups, trying to support large companies to create jobs, but also for grads in the tech sector, but also what are the needs of companies when they're looking for students coming through, whether it's TAFE, whether it's high school even, what are those pathways? So we work with both sides of industry and education, but also then working in, we support events like this and also the Digital Innovation Futures Initiative, which is what I run. So there's always something happening in Melbourne and Victoria. We've got a very vibrant ecosystem, we like to say, and that is people like us coming and sharing our stories, giving opportunities for startups to pitch their business. There's a lot of different activities that happen across the state that is supported to try and energise and maximise this opportunity we have as a state to really take this new future of work and embed it and come up with whole new companies and new ways of doing work and new ways of actually, who thought there'd be a company like a car sales, a platform. It's the actual marketplace. So there's such amazing things that have happened in the past that we want to keep driving for the future.
Yeah. And I really love that the Vic Gov are getting so involved in things like this. They really do. Well, I can speak honestly, most of the speakers on today's panel and throughout the day are so passionate about helping businesses, helping individuals. So don't hesitate to reach out to anyone who's on today's stream. Hit them up on LinkedIn, do it in the most appropriate way. Message them on LinkedIn, reach out, because I'm sure they'll be more than happy to help. And there's so many initiatives, and we're going to talk about them all, from working in the big corporates, like very, very large brand names like your VMwares, to maybe some of the brands you might not know about. And so, yeah, we're going to cover all of that. So thanks so much, Kelly. And once again, really proud to be a part of this Digital Innovation Festival and get the government support. Super awesome for us. So thanks so much. Niraj, speaking of VMware, I just wanted to welcome you. And maybe, you shared with me earlier today, you were a Melbourneite, a Melburnian, and you've now gone abroad. So it'd be fascinating throughout today's panel to hear about how you did that, and now you're overseas and what that looks like. But do you want to share with everyone a bit more about what you do there at VMware and how your journey came to be what it is?
Yeah, sure thing. So VMware is an infrastructure company. It creates software, hypervisor software, that goes in really large data centers with customers. Pretty much every Fortune 500 company is our customer. We have federal government, we have governments in Australia, in the UK, in most of the European Union, Latin Americas, and the US, Canada. Pretty much any country that you pick, we've got a footprint there, with everything from private corporation to government. We virtualize infrastructure, networking, storage, and lately VMware is the multi-cloud management solution for a number of companies that are hedging their bets across many different public clouds. And I work for the Office of the CTO. I joined VMware through an acquisition. I was in a startup in Melbourne, two startups. One succeeded, right? And it was acquired by VMware. It was the Melbourne branch, R&D branch of a startup that was both US and Australia based. We had customers in Australia and we had customers in the US for our products. And VMware found us valuable enough to buy us and integrate us. And that's what became its flagship vSAN solution, which is one of the biggest earners for VMware, in addition to its hypervisor and networking suite. Eventually things come to be, and you start working with larger customers and larger companies, and they decided to relocate me rather than flying me out from Melbourne to the US for 2 to 3 months at a time. Much cheaper to relocate.
Yeah, so true. And it's so cool. I think for a lot of particularly young people out there, they might share a similar experience. You were mentioning that it's just so hard battling the need for experience when you're going for a job. And you mentioned that you struggle with that. You chose to go into the startup world and see, look what can happen. Startups can take off. And I'm just so impressed with some of the startups that have come out of Australia. Myself knowing how hard it can be, but the hard work pays off, and there's a lot of benefits, pros and cons to working in big corporates versus as well startups. So there's benefits in working in a big brand. You've got the brand reputation, lots of amazing training, but working in a startup has benefits too. You get to wear multiple hats, get a lot of responsibility, which sounds like pressure, but for someone who enjoys that and wants that, you're going to learn tons of new skills that you might not get the opportunity to do at a big corporate. So you can do both throughout your career. I'm sure all of you who are tuning in will not just stay in one particular thing for your entire career. I mean, if you do, please let me know, because at the moment I think it's a 38 years is the longest tenure that I've dealt with over the last decade in HR. So if you think you can beat that, drop me a comment at the same company. So that's a long time, but yeah, I don't think anyone has really, that I know of, stayed in a place for their entire career. So just expect the unexpected, and we can talk all about that today. Up next, thank you, Niraj, is Dan Goldberg. Dan, I was so happy that you were able to attend today's event. For those of you who don't know who Dan is, Dan's super cool. We've been connected on LinkedIn for ages, and this just goes to show the power of connecting with people, guys. Please, please, please connect with people and build real relationships. So to give you a summary, and Dan will introduce himself, but Dan's a bit of a cyber expert. He is so amazing at supporting women in cyber and just getting involved in the community. And he's been able to build himself up and build a brand around that, and build a very successful career that might not look like working at a startup or like a corporate. It's sort of a very, you know, here, there and everywhere type career. So nobody needs to fit into a box. But Dan, I would love for you to share with us a little bit more about your journey, and maybe what you think in terms of the power of connecting with people and building friendships in business. You're on mute. There you go.
Hello, thank you very much, Jess, and hello to everyone. My background is I'm an engineer, data communications, electrical engineering, and a career very much in project management, deploying large-scale network projects for corporate, which led me into cybersecurity. I'm a big advocate for being involved and doing everything, having the background of doing the study, but you can also gain a lot of experience from a multitude of different sort of studies, some which are even free, some of even just reaching out to community and being involved in everything you can. With that, it provides a diversity and gains a great experience for everything you've done. So myself personally, as I said, engineer, project manager, large-scale transformations, but at the same time, I've been very involved in the community and a big believer of inclusion and supporting people that have reached out and built a lot of connections, which has further helped my career, but it's never been about that, because I've been a big advocate that together we can move mountains. And with that, you can always be involved in different things. Please, people watching this, do reach out to me on LinkedIn. If you are willing to help people, you can achieve so much, and it will open up doors for you. People in this community do want to help, and it means that there is so much things that you can lead to your opportunities in your career. Yes, and so where do I start from there?
Look, it's one of these things, guys, where connecting and networking, it does a lot for your personal life, but it does add value to your career, to your reputation. And we will be covering things like reputation and how important it is throughout your career. I am sure all of you today, and myself included, we all give probably a lot of our time into things like this. And it's both good for others, but it is good for yourself as well. So doing things like this, everyone, I would just really encourage you to get out there, get involved in meetups. So Reesby, obviously it's the brand that I've built up and that hosts this event. I pretty much speak of it separately. It's like a whole entity on its own, a beast, and we're just really proud of the work that our team does. So it's a team effort. But we run the IoT Australia meetup, Females in IoT meetup, the entrepreneurs startup community that's there all on meetup, which you can join in. And we're always looking for people that might want to run little events, and we can help them do that. So feel free to reach out if you do want to get a bit more involved in the community too, and I can hit you up and connect you in with everyone. And just another note,
and that's a powerful thing to say, Jess, also, is that do get involved, be volunteers. There are many conferences. CyberCon is just about to start in Melbourne. There are many other conferences, and if you're someone who's just looking to build a career, one of the best ways to start is put your hand up, volunteer for these events, and that's how you get involved, as well as just reaching out to other people.
Yeah. Showing that leadership quality as well is what people want to see. You can put that on your resume and put that under experience. And I think as well, you're meeting people then and there, but you do learn something as well at the event. And sometimes it's a good way to get like free tickets to events you really want to go to. So just as a little clue for all of you out there. So if you do want to volunteer for events, you can, once again, reach out to those events, or if you want to come to me, I can try and tee you up, because in the community, there's just a lot of people I've dealt with through the years, and I'm more than happy to send your resume over to them or hit them up for a meeting. Lucky last for introductions, Diana Walsh. So amazing to have you. Twilio, what an awesome brand. Actually, one of our products, we do use Twilio for the voice calling software part of. We built an AI job matching software product called Marley AI, which we're really proud of. And yeah, we have a voice calling element of that. We use Twilio, but feel free to tell us a little bit more about what you do and how you got to where you are today.
So delighted that you mentioned that you use Twilio, because I think a lot of us actually use it without knowing.
Yeah.
In general lines, Twilio is a cloud communications platform, and the mission of Twilio is to enable businesses to engage with their customers whatever way they like. So if you've ever taken an Uber, for instance, and you've received a text message from your driver, that's powered by Twilio. If you have used Airbnb, for instance, and have received any communications from them, invoices or anything like that, that's all powered by Twilio. If you've bought things in eBay, if you've used Shopify, as you said yourself, organizations that have intelligent routing in their calls and stuff, chances are you've interacted with Twilio and haven't known it. So I'm really, really lucky to be part of the team, and I'm delighted that you have experienced it. Thank you for that. Within Twilio, currently I'm a solutions engineer for the email side of things. A solutions engineer is a person who works along with the salesperson to discover the customer's needs and then create a prototype that tightly adjusts to those needs. So I'm really happy to say that we tend to be very technically savvy, but we're also great at consulting, we're great at communicating, and we're very good at storytelling, because part of our job is to translate things that could be very complex into an easy way to understand how the process would go and how the data would move and so on and so forth. Twilio, incredibly, is a very creative company. And it's something that I wouldn't have thought of, something that is so technical, right? My perception before I joined the tech industry was like, oh, those techie people, they don't feel, they don't hear, they are just in their little world. But actually, people in tech and developers especially are very creative. The way they approach problems is extraordinary. So I'm really, really lucky to be part of them.
Oh my gosh, it segues so perfectly because I was going to highlight and ask you each in and around your perspective about people who are non-tech, as in they're not programmers, they're not engineers, so to speak. And I will get to a moment, I want to see which of you actually had a programming or really solid technical background before you got into IT and who didn't. But I'm just speaking broadly for anyone who is listening. You don't need to be a child genius to be working in AI. As Diana just mentioned, there are salespeople, there are customer success managers, there are business analysts. There are so many things that you can do. And to be honest with you, most of these skills you can learn. So many people have learned how to set up their own Facebook and Instagram account, right? And the settings and how to do certain permissions. But then when they look at a system like a Jira, or some sort of the AWS, they freak out. But really, it's the same thing as setting up your Facebook account or your Instagram. Nobody trained you how to do that. So you're more technical than you realize for anyone who's listening and wants to get involved in tech. But did anyone here actually have a non-IT background before they got into this field? Did anyone not study tech? So Diana, what did you study at university? Diana Kelly Taylor. So Diana, maybe can you share with me what did you study there?
Yeah, absolutely. My background originally was marketing and communications. I studied that for a few years in university, and then I went into public relations. Then I was in consulting and business management, and then I did like everything under the sun. And then I decided to move into tech. And my first step into tech was a tech support job. I decided that there were a couple of things that were happening from the marketing industry. I saw that there was a big drive towards more science than art. During my time in marketing, a lot of what I was doing was art, right? You would paint a picture and you would tell a story and so on and so forth. But then tech came and kind of changed the whole game. And there was a lot of things related to data. There was a lot of things related to new platforms to automate processes. And so I was like, wow, this sounds super interesting. And also, if I do get into tech, most likely I'll have a job. Because if anybody has been in marketing, we all know that marketing is very competitive. There are so many people with so many different levels of experience and contacts and so on. So I'm like, okay, if I get into tech, I might just have a chance to never have to look for a job again. Jobs will come to me. And so that was one of the drivers. And I decided to get a job in tech support. Now, keep in mind, this is a person who wasn't really good in maths, had never had anything technical. I didn't even know how the internet worked. For me, you just turn on the computer and send an email and things work, in the background, something happens. And then I decided to get into tech support. And I remember being in the onboarding for this company, and there was a bunch of us, maybe 100 people in the room, and the person was giving the instructions and said, like, the product it's not that complex, but it can get a little bit complex, right? But you don't worry, because the difficult questions always go to support. So support takes everything. And I'm sitting in that room like, oh my gosh, I am support. I am supposed to understand how it works. What am I going to do? But then, as you said, and it was so very well placed, there are skills that one brings that are not necessarily technical skills, but will get you halfway there. There are problem solving skills, there are communication skills, there is empathy, there is soft skills that allows you to interact with another person and create a relationship. And then after that, the technical knowledge just comes to you by practice and by training. So yeah, that's how I ended up in tech.
I love that. And someone even dropped that comment there mentioning ethics being an important skill to have. And it's so true. There are so many skills that are maybe non-technical that you can't even train for. And we will get to your question as well, to the person who's interested to know a bit about like design, how to get into design and what courses to maybe take and where to find those courses, which we'll cover throughout today's session. So I am looking at your comments, guys. Keep them coming. And so it is kind of interesting that you mentioned some of those softer skills and that you're learning from scratch. One thing to remember, everyone who's listening, there are heart surgeons out there that will probably one day baristas or check out people at the local supermarket, okay? You've got to start somewhere. Everybody does. Nobody is just born knowing how to code. I mean, maybe that's debatable, but I don't think so. So it is something that you have to learn. And to be honest, you don't even need to do courses. YouTube, passion, reading. I've learned so much that, I feel most of my days, I feel like I'm doing a data science job, and my role technically is not really that. So you'd be amazed what you can learn over the years, everyone. And Taylor, you mentioned there that you didn't actually come from a tech background. How did you get into tech? How did that kind of happen? Did you do self-study? Did you do any short courses, or you just winged it and got into it? How did it happen for you?
So, I started in accounting. So I did an accounting degree and I did an MBA. I guess this was 20 years ago. I was, having said that, my career started on Excel. So I used to be good on Excel. And I maxed out Excel in terms of its capability, in terms of like I was building models where the whole system would actually crash because it's kind of gets maxed out in terms of what it's used for. And then kind of verging on working with SQL queries and things like that. But that's when I started talking to IT people. And a lot of my jobs earlier in my corporate career, startup career a bit later, corporate career are actually working with IT people and translating business requirements into IT projects. So one of the projects I did was in the year 2000, GST came into Australia, and BP had to work out how to implement their GST in their systems. So with my accounting background, I was working with IT to actually map the processes of how transactions are recorded and how to account for GST. So that's how it's translating my business skills into tech. Anyway, I did that for quite a while, and I ultimately got into a strategy role, which is a very generalist role in the energy sector as well as the telco sector. But in recent times, I've worked with probably my most recent relevant one is work with the blockchain center. And we all know blockchain, we know crypto and so forth and how that's going. And, that's databases as well. So, with my background in Excel and databases, I understand databases. And during my time at the blockchain center, I keep telling people, blockchain is really just a glorified database, a glorified Excel, where you share the same version of the Excel across the world and so forth. So I use my background as an analogy to explain blockchain to people. But within the blockchain area, my work was mainly around business development and education. So again, it comes back to that translating role as opposed to the coding role.
Yeah.
And I think there's a role there for the translators. They call it technical communicators or whatever. But anyway, there's value there. And I was in that industry for quite a long time, and it's by and large, my last startup role before the pandemic hit. And I was kind of running out of puff anyway. And I've kind of landed in this startup funding role, which is on the other side of startup, which is also good. So that's been kind of my journey. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's actually how I first met you, Taylor, probably. So the blockchain centre down in Melbourne, City Road, I think it was, or something like that. Yeah, I used to get involved and do some talks down there and stuff. And so that's how we kind of got connected.
Yeah.
So I guess you've raised a few things there. You did mention, look, that you can fall into a role in IT. You've also mentioned, though, I think what really comes through here is that most organisations, most jobs, even the everyday accounting role, it's really all overlapping into tech. So if I'm completely honest to those who are listening, I would say, and this is going to be debatable, it's almost a non-negotiable to get into IT. I'm just being honest. I think you have to, because the whole world is going digital. You can be a digital artist. You can be all these wonderful things. I'm not saying it to pressure people into different fields, but learning these skills are even critical for a landscaper. These apps that they're now using and AI, augmented reality, to map things out and to sketch things up. It's better to have these skills than not have them. It is personal choice. I believe in free will, live and let live. If it's not what you want to do, I get it. But I'm just so encouraging you, because that is where the good salaries are. And we know that the cost of living is definitely going up. So I work with people, not just grads, executives, and help them get the most out of their career, get a best salary and all of these kinds of things. So, yeah. And I guess as well, then my question would be, is there any particular skill, like a course or qualification or way of learning, that you might recommend? Like, Niraj, is there any particular course or skill that maybe VMware look for that you would love to see on a resume, like when you're interviewing a graduate? I know you've worked with a lot of grads. Share with me maybe what you look for, or is these Coursera courses? That I get that question a lot. Are they useful? What do you think?
Yeah, so I mean, before we go into which exact course, there is the question of what area, right? So at VMware, there are specialist teams, there are generalist teams, there is R&D, where you really don't know what you're looking at till you're looking at it. So there are different skill sets that are required to do a job in information technology. I mean, an information technology machine, which is a company, requires a very diverse set of skill sets to push it through. And you'll often see that it's not just at the level of a worker, it's or the white collar workers and the knowledge workers, it's also at the level of the CEO. The CEOs that take a company from startup to stage C funding aren't often the ones that take it public, and they aren't the ones that make it grow through the multi-billion-dollar revenues that companies usually grow to in information technology. So similarly, when my team interviews, and we are in R&D, when we interview, and I've spoken with a few other colleagues of mine as recently as the conference that we had, we were comparing notes on what we are finding in the market in terms of people who are applying to work at VMware in some of our open roles. And it was what we are looking for is an ability to learn, because anything that they know today will be old in less than 2 years.
True.
Anything that I know today is gone. I attend regularly. My team basically attends talks from university graduates, PhDs, masters who are doing their thesis and project work. We invite them and to talk to us, and sometimes the company is funding the grant, so it's easier for us to get that done. But they come in and they present what they are doing, and we have questions for them on how did they get there, right? That's it's critical to keep your professional development going. I mean, I don't recall a time when I haven't been preparing for a certification, or I haven't been preparing for a university course. Speaking right now, I have a honors in computer science, but I'm doing my master's in analytics, where I'm delving into mathematics that I wish I had paid more attention in high school. Integration, differentiation, a lot of that kind of stuff for modeling. And you really have to keep ahead of all of this. Some of the stuff that I learn in my university course, I am then able to understand the PhDs and the master's thesis work that people are doing and coming and talking to us. And in 2 years' time, if they don't keep up, they'll be old. There'll be another new PhD or master student who'll be talking about something completely different than you. So any method, really. I mean, I've taken Udemy courses. There are some good ones there. I love edX. edX is great, which is edX.org. It used to be not-for-profit, and now I think it is commercial. MIT Open Courseware. MIT Open Courseware has been around since, 2006, 2007. I discovered it when I was in Australia, and we shared it among friends. And at that time, mind you, we were still on DSL speeds. So we would run, copying proxy thing, and the university would download it for us, and we would share that around as video classes and notes and assignments. So there's a lot of that out there that people can use to learn, and it just depends how they learn, and they pick the best. Yeah. They're all great one way or another.
Oh, you're so right. So it brings me to then, that's another good segue. Couple of things that you've mentioned and highlighted, so much in that, right? Firstly, yes, these free courses, being a recruiter, being someone in HR, reads resumes and sends these off to the big brands, we do look at Udemy and Coursera and we take it seriously. Yeah, it's not like we go, oh, that's a free course, mustn't, no, that's not good enough. In fact, even Harvard have a free AI course. Give it a Google, AI machine learning online course. The thing is, though, there's no point in doing a course just for the sake of doing the course and putting on a resume, because then it's similar to being a hairdresser. You can be a qualified hairdresser and have no idea how to cut hair. And if you can't cut hair, people will not come to you to have their hair cut by you. And then it's really hard to convince someone, hey, can you sit down and I'll cut your hair, but can you pay me, but I have no idea what I'm doing. Can you teach me how to cut hair, but I still am charging you? That's how a lot of students think. And the hard part is then it deters these brands from wanting to hire graduates, because not only do they expect to be then trained on the job at the workplace when they should do that in their own spare time, but a lot of times they're coming with less skills. And so this is not a hard, by the way, message to you. I understand how difficult it can be, but if you're at uni, but you spend most of your time doing your part-time job or whatever, some other hobby, maybe start to rethink, is this really what I want to do? Don't just do it for the sake of doing it, because then if you don't do a good job and you don't have good skills, then yes, you might not get a job after uni. And people don't talk about this. There are a lot of people who do these very expensive degrees and either it takes them a year or two to get a job, or they literally never ever work in that field. So and that goes for all fields, not just tech. So yeah. In terms of questions,
sorry, I'm jumping in straight away there. We've already told people to reach out. Completely unrelated, but just a week ago, I posted up on LinkedIn from 25 of the leading providers, free courses that you can do in cybersecurity. It is so important to upskill. And as I said before, reach out to us. Take a look at my LinkedIn profile. You'll be able to see those free courses if people wanted to do them. Answering still just also points on some of the other previous questions. For me, I actually came in from a very different background. I started out as an engineer doing networks and deployments and doing network studies. But it is so important, the communication skills, the soft skills that we're mentioning. Me, I went to a bit of a different background. I started off as a full-on techie. Eventually, after 10 years, I did some courses and studies in project management and further advanced into those areas. Over the years, then, I've actually become a qualified hypnotherapist. I've done NLP studies.
Watch out, everybody in the audience.
Well, this is the thing. You can do everything, and everything contributes towards your advancement in your career. Don't be afraid to put all these things down if you do courses and studies. Because these are the things that allowed me to learn how to communicate to people, how to actually attack problems and address things in a better manner. Everything is a different sort of a way. So while we're talking about before, finding your way into IT, I still work in technology. I'm an advisory for startups in cybersecurity and doing many, many different things. You can do everything, and it comes from diverse study and experience. Do the certifications for formal courses, but there are many short courses that can expand your idea, whether it be blockchain technologies, AI, machine learning, cybersecurity. Originally, I came from networking. I didn't do cybersecurity studies until I was doing all these short courses. Even as a technical person, you need to, and Raj was saying that as well, that you need to expand for the greater diversity of your different understandings, different technologies. Everything becomes new. Everyone's doing it for a first time. It doesn't matter if you're a grad and just a startup. Sometimes us too, who are experienced, are doing these things for the first time.
So true. And it does bring me to an important point too. So soft skills are critical, guys, and everyone listening, but actually the skills of getting a job are important too. Like, I'm going to be really honest. This is how I spend most of my time, is working with people on their interview skills. We do one-on-one coaching. You know, it's such an important skill to have. You might not be the most confident person who's able to easily connect with people and speak, but you don't have to be. You can be quietly confident and just show that you're able to explain your skills, your background, and what you're able to contribute to an organization during an interview. Having the right resume is critical. Like, you can't just rely on these free online templates and stuff. Invest into it. It pays off. I'm just saying. It really, really is important. We've got a few questions coming through in the comment section. I think there's one in specific that's, sorry, I'm having a look around. My lighting is for Diana Walsh. She's asked, how can you condense your experiences and grow further? Because you mentioned that you've got experience in different fields. So how do you kind of condense that, and how can you find an area to bring those skills most to the table? I'm not sure how you want to interpret that question. I hope that makes sense to you.
I think funny, because of my marketing and communications background, I tend to create what I would call key messages. And so I take this question as, how would you be able to portray yourself in 30 seconds with all of the background, with all of the changes you have had? How do you describe yourself, like when you go to an interview, for instance? And I would say, when I go to an interview, I try to make it memorable in two ways: a personal way and a professional way. In terms of the professional way, I always describe myself as a marketer that turned herself into a software developer. That's it. So in those few words, it already gives you an idea of all the background I have had and the experience, and you can build from there. So you can say, okay, from the marketing background, I have the consultancy, I have the communications, I have the project management, stakeholder management. And then from the software development, I can speak a little bit of JavaScript, I have Java, I have Ruby, I have, and all of those combined, that's it. So I can condense all of that experience in those few words. I am a marketer that turned herself into a software developer. From the personal point of view, to make myself memorable, I always talk about the Diana Walsh effect, because when somebody emails me for the first time, or they get a response from me by text or something, the first thing they imagine is like a tall, white, slender, blue-eyed, Irish person. And then when I jump on the call and I'm like, hola, I'm Colombian, they're like, oh, so you're not Irish. And that kind of breaks the ice and makes the experience memorable as well. So that's how I would condense who I am and what I have done in 2 memorable ways.
I always say it's similar to going to purchase a car, all right? And if you go to buy a car and you ask that person, is this car any good? And they seem really unsure and they're like, oh, it's all right, it's kind of sick. You're now going to walk away and not be very interested in that car because you don't maybe know vehicles and the cars in great detail. That's why you're asking them. But the worst part is when it comes to us going for an interview is, I hate to say it, but it is almost a human resource. It's a resource. You are a resource. We are all resources, right? We can all put our resources to good use. But let's say we're a product. If you come to your interview and you seem unsure of yourself, that's just all they'll think is that you don't know what you're doing, because they don't know otherwise. You're the only person that can actually tell them what you're able to do. There is no informational booklet, yeah, your resume is good, but it's not like a product manual for a television where you know all the cool features it has. If the salesperson misses telling you about them, you can see it on the box. No, in the interview, that's your opportunity. And so I really, really encourage you guys, if you haven't already, we probably will do some sort of discounted or free workshop for grads to get them all together. So let me know if that's something you want. Drop it in the comments and I'll try and send an invite out. At our next event, we are going to be doing a lot more of that and have proper intense workshops that are very one-on-one.
Before we move on, there is something that kind of resonated with me when you were talking, and I think it's important to mention it as well, because I've had plenty of interviews, as I said before, because of several things. I have had to look for jobs quite often. When I change countries, when I change languages, when I change regions, I have to find new jobs. And probably one of the things that I would like to put out there for people who are interviewing at the moment is that, yes, prepare your interviews, keep your messages, be aware of what makes you different, what you can bring to the table and everything. But once you're in the interview, take a deep breath, really. I mean, I used to be the person that built up my interview so much in my head. And then when I sat across the table with somebody else, I would block, I would get so nervous. And then you go into this spiral of despair, right? So, I said something, and now what I do, how do I recover? And I go down and down, and I feel terrible. And I leave the interview saying I could have said so much. So yes, prepare and be ready and everything, but also take a deep breath, have a glass of water with you. It's a conversation with another human. So if you say something, or even now when I talk to customers on a daily basis, I have several conversations a day with everybody, and they throw questions at me that could be difficult. The first thing I do is to really take a deep breath and be honest, let me just think about this for a second, okay? And if you say something that is not right, or you think you could have said it better, you can always rephrase it, this is not a life or death situation, so just prepare all right, but take it easy on yourself as well. Don't give yourself such a hard time. I tend to do that myself, so it's important to put it out there.
That's a great point, Diana. If I may add to Diana as well. I mean, I do a lot of much project work, so literally I've had to change jobs sometimes throughout my stages of my career, where it's every 3 months. So I've literally done over 3 decades tens of thousands of interviews. And a big point of that is do the interviews, even if the interviews is not 100% sure. Gain experience by doing lots of them. I mentioned before I did acting because I wasn't a confident person either, especially in interviews. An important part of being in those interviews is the storytelling. Speak from your truth. Speak from your experiences. If you don't have the experience, relate it to something that happened in your life. Early in my career, one of the great starting jobs I got was not from me answering my technical questions, but me talking about, at the time, me being passionate about rock climbing. And it turns out that the interview that I was in with the recruiter, that she had me for the job, she said, I'm seeing passion in you about certain things that you were applying yourself to. This job isn't for you, but I've got another client and they are mad avid rock climbers. I want to set you up for an interview. These things happen. It's about speaking to your truth, your experiences. And if you don't have certain experiences and certain things, just keep doing them. Keep doing the practice. And even if you sometimes don't come off as having that necessary experience or think that you came off in the wrong way, if you speak to your truth, the interviewer will see that.
Yeah.
And as the people that you're meeting with, they'll get a sense of you. And it's just being keen and being willing to put in the effort will get you then that far. Having a resume, yes, please reach out to people like Jess, because throughout my whole career, my resume has been like a living document. Even if you're in a job for a couple of years, continue to update. If you do a short course or do something in a personal life, add it to it. It's something that you should be starting now in your career as a resume, and then just let it keep being a growing document throughout your whole career.
It's so true. And one thing I guess that's critical to keep in mind is that it's a real art. And if you feel that look, you can take the risk, do it yourself. That's up to you. But all I'm saying is it's so much easier to get an actual pro who knows the ins and outs of it. And I think it pays off. And at the end of the day, each to their own. But I just really encourage people. It makes such a difference. You can get a way better salary, and just the process is way easier in meeting with people, because the interview is important, but getting to that interview is critical too. So finally, my very sort of last question then is, in an interview, you guys did mention there what to do and what to sort of maybe not do. And Dan, you touched on the honesty piece, which me being a recruiter, it's all I do all day, every day is meet with people. And so when I ask them, oh, what's your weaknesses? And they tell me, I consider myself too much of a perfectionist. And I'm like, okay, the resume doesn't look like maybe a perfectionist's resume, but that's okay. Like, be honest, because we can tell. We are in human resources. Like, this is something that we know. Psychology is important. This is why people who are like really good communicators often get the job over the skilled person. But there are ways that you can present yourself in an interview if you're not the best at communicating, but still show your intelligence and skill. So my question then for each of you before we wrap up, we're just going to go in order, is like, what's your number one tip in an interview, or something maybe to do that you've seen done, you incorporate yourself, and what to not do or avoid? And yeah, maybe Taylor, if you can start us off.
Oh, look, my best tip is a trick is to read, well, certainly prepare, right? Yeah. Definitely, and not prepared. That's definitely the thing. But how do you prepare? I think demonstrating to people that you've read their annual report is a good one. It's always a good one. I've read your annual report. I noticed these things. I think it really is a clear way to demonstrate that you've done the research. That's probably my first, my top tip, because that's worked for me in circumstances, is just doing that, and you get a lot from that. So anyway, that's just a simple one. Certainly, look people in the eye, dress professionally, speak with confidence, obviously. Rehearse definitely rehearse. Like, to be frank, even very recently, I still rehearse, what I do. So, definitely do that.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah.
And you're right with the when it comes to an interview, doing the research, you'd be amazed. I would honestly say it's about 80% of people, when I interview them, they have no idea about the job that they've applied for. They frankly oftentimes can't even remember. If you're that not passionate about it, that you wouldn't even bother to do research for an interview, what does that tell you? Remember, the point of an interview is not just for them to get to know you and interview you, but it's for you to investigate, do I want to work there? I mean, how many people go and they apply for jobs and they just take the first thing that comes? You shouldn't be doing that. Do you apply the same principles in your own dating world? I don't think so, right? You have an expectation and things you want, things you don't want, and you might get to know that person. So an interview is an opportunity for you as well to find out, is this wwhere I want to work for the next 2-3 years of my life? It's a commitment. You know, it really is. And if you want to have a successful career, you need to have a plan. You can't just wing it and, you know, take any job that comes across your way. I know it's hard for grads who are out there who are probably struggling to get jobs, but don't worry. In fact, if you prepare better, you will probably have a higher chance of getting it. So if you're more desperate and open to anything, you're less likely to get it. If you've got a specific thing you want and a target, just like a diet plan, have a plan in place. And if you don't have one, I think we've got a free career planner on our website that you can download. Kelly, what's your top tip of to do and to not do in an interview, do you feel, or something you've implemented? You're on mute. Oh, okay. There you go.
See, I even knew I was on mute. For me, it is that, look, there is transparency everywhere. And you're talking about your CV. I came back from overseas, and you mentioned Colombia, Diana, and you've moved languages. LinkedIn is your online CV. Yeah. Mm-hmm. When I came back to Australia after working in Southeast Asia, built up an entire research practice in technology and development, came back to Australia and went, right, nobody knows who I am here anymore. I'd changed careers. I'd changed from university sector, and I wanted to get into, I was in the tech and research sector. So it really is that ability to find and put yourself out there, put all those different volunteer activities I did. So it's really being able to show more of yourself than just your ability that you can meet the criteria in the job. I'd also say reach out to the person. If there's a list of a name of somebody to contact them, call them, email, introduce yourself on LinkedIn, and actually ask about the job, because I'd remember somebody who contacts me in advance. And when you're looking, that's before I've even submitted the application. Yep. So that would be something, because people are approachable, and if they're not approachable and they don't reply, you'll go, I don't really want to work with them. You know, it is that thing of you are working out where you'd like to work. So it is being really visible, but not being disingenuous, you know, and not padding out your CV or the like, but it's don't downplay what you've done. That's the other thing, is like you said there, Dan, all the different things you've done, all the different short courses, volunteer, industry, associations, all those types of things. Student clubs, how many of you are involved in student clubs and run for elections? And I will pick up on that point about being a woman in tech. There are a lot of groups that support. We had the Women in Emerging Tech conference last Wednesday, and I spoke there, and women are there to help each other. All right. So reaching out, but there's also a lot of allies. You know, I see there Dan smiling, and he's worked a lot in cybersecurity, because we all know that a diversity of backgrounds, age, gender, ability, being neurodiverse is so much more accepted now, and acknowledging that that's actually something we bring. That is something that is unique. You know, I remember once somebody said, stand on a chair and say, I have a unique set of skills and experience of value to your organization. And I laughed, of course. He was a recruiter, but he made me do it. And I do sometimes still do that when I'm nervous. Stand up and take the space, so then you're able to do it. And as a woman, that's also important, because, you know, never ever say, I just did this, I just do that, I've just done this. Downplays who you are, what you can bring. And you don't want to turn up not as yourself, because if you then turn up to work and you're not the person they interviewed, then you're not the fit in the culture. So I know there's about 15 different tips there, but, you know, there we go. And
it's so perfect that you've touched on that as well, because it is something we wanted to cover. And I know we don't have much time, and I want to get to everyone for this. It's critical that you do be yourself, because once again, it's the same as you don't want the company to be telling you the company workplace is all these wonderful things, and you get there and it isn't. It's got to be a match. So actually, if you get a no in an interview, just trust that that person knows what the company culture is, and that you might just not be a match. And that's okay. You know, we can't force our way into jobs. We don't want to manipulate ourselves into something we're not, in order to just get our foot in the door. Finding something that's actually more unique to you and finding what strengths you have, I think, is probably the better option for most people. So yeah, I think that what you touched on is really, really good. And maybe just to finish us off, Niraj, and then we'll go to Diana and Dan. But Niraj, what's your top tip for someone in an interview to do and to not do? I think, sorry, the mute button's down. There you go.
I bet that happens a lot. So first, I'd like to just reiterate what Taylor has said, right? So you want to know about the company that you're interviewing. And in some cases, it might not be public sector, in which case you can read up news articles or find out what they've been doing, right? In Australia, all company filings are pretty much public documents. So you can go and look up what the companies are doing and what their priorities are, what their main revenue streams are. It is something that you learn as a skill when you start working for bigger companies and interacting with clients. So that is the bare minimum. You need to know the kind of workplace that you're joining. And the second I'd like to add is, don't forget to interview them. It's not just a meeting of skills, it also has to be a meeting of minds. And there's nothing wrong for you as a candidate to not like the workplace. Just as there is nothing wrong for the workplace to decide you're not a great fit. And the reasons have to be right, and sometimes they're not. And I've been in the industry for 20 years. I've heard some really wrong reasons as well, and I've heard some really right reasons for doing that. So you're a valuable resource. Your career is to no one else is any more importance than it is to yourself. So you have a goal, you know how to reach that. It's not that you'll get the biggest salary tomorrow, you'll be the most learned person tomorrow. Your goal is that slow step. You're looking at the next step, and you're looking at what that team that you're going to join can provide you in terms of growth, whether that is technical, whether that is personal, whether that is overcoming your fears of something simple as going out and trying to sell something, or going out and marketing a solution, or the fear of coding even. So you're looking for those things from that team, and you really have to look at the interview. That's your one opportunity to do that. And don't undersell yourself. And when you do that, when you really look into what that team can give you, other than just the cash flow to pay your rent and bills, then you are really telling them that this is what I'm really interested in. And it's, I'll bring my whole self here, but what can you give me? Can you give me those opportunities that I, as a person for growth, am looking for?
Yeah, I love that. And guys, I hope you've really been enjoying this session. And to give you a heads up, we're about to wrap this panel up. We'll finish off with Dan and Diana with their tips. And then we're going to move into our next panel. We will be taking a short break between. So for those of you, don't freak out when people are gone, because we will have some new panelists, and we'll make sure to get the answers to your questions in the comments. So keep them coming. In terms of the top tip to do and not do, very finally, Dan and Diana. So Dan, what is your tip of to do and not do?
Only time, I'll be super quick. It was already mentioned about preparing. Be important. At the very end of the question, they're going to ask you questions. It is so important that you do have that prepared. And it is just looking at people's LinkedIn. It's looking about and about the company as well. And take the time in advance. If it be about specific, ask a question specific about the job, ask a question specific about the company. And it's sometimes about the interpersonal. If you don't know what else to ask your interviewer, what made you want to work here? What made you interested? Did you find your passion from this particular job? Kelly touched on a great thing also, where she said about reaching out to people and being involved. There is a very large number of jobs that will never get to be advertised because they're filled almost beforehand, because people are reaching out. They are actually engaging. Reach out to people and companies. Make connections on LinkedIn. If there's a place that you would love to work, if they're doing certain things there that you're passionate about, introduce yourself to those LinkedIn people on LinkedIn. Reach out to them, talk with them regularly, and don't be afraid to ask, how can I help? How can I get involved in the company? Is there something I can do that's even small? Is there an opportunity for me for a job there? And have those chats and find those opportunities.
Thank you, Dan. Lucky last, Diana. It's been so amazing. What's your very final tip for this panel? Don't worry, guys, we're not going anywhere. We will be just taking a short break and coming back. But Diana, if you want to close us off with your tip of like to do and to maybe not do in an interview, what do you think?
Definitely to do, and part of the preparation is to map what they are looking for in the role against what you can offer, and bring those things into your skills. If you're able to show a tight match in some of the criteria, then that would take you farther. So if they say like, okay, we're looking for a creative problem solver, how would I be able to express that from my experience? Map those things, map those experiences, have your messages ready. How can I portray, where in my experience have I seen that I can do what they are looking for? That's the one. But don't get discouraged if you don't get 100% match, because it's very difficult in a list of 50 criteria that they put up to match all of them. Go like with the confidence that whatever criteria you match, you're good on those. You don't have to have 100% match. That's the do. Match yourself against the criteria they are looking for and see what you can bring to the table. Be sure about what you can bring to the table. The don't is, don't ignore your gut feeling. I've been in a lot of interviews where I go to a place and I think like, oh, this would be so cool. It's a great job because it's a good brand, because it's a good salary, because it's a good position, whatever. And when I get into the interview, I have this gut feeling, it doesn't feel right. The company doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. The team, the role, something doesn't feel right. Don't ignore your gut feeling. It's really not worth it. It really is not.
Yeah, and so I guess to close, I just want to thank all of our speakers today for this panel. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. We're taking a short break and then we're going to have our next panelists up. I just really want to thank all of you. So Niraj from VMware, Dan Goldberg, Diana Wolf from Twilio, and Kelly, who dropped off a moment ago from Big Government, and Taylor from i4 Connect. Thank you, everyone. We will be dropping later to everyone who's dropped their resume on our website. Please do it, because then I can actually email you guys with links to people, with information, with maybe that workshop that we were going to possibly do. So up next, we do have Brent from Smart Token Labs. He used to work at Facebook. We've got Craig at Bidum and Ali at Databricks. And also Kelly will hopefully be coming back to join us. So thank you, everyone. We're going to take a short 5-minute break and return very, very soon. And drop a comment. We do have some competitions going. So thanks, everyone. We will be back very soon. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So welcome. Thanks, guys. And we're back. Thank you, everybody, for waiting. During that time, I hope you had a chance to hop on over to the website, upload your resume, grab maybe a coffee or a tea. Please just make sure that you stick around for the full day of events. So today, in this particular panel, we're going to be talking about future skills. So this is like maybe what we think might be the next hot area to get into, both in tech or even other similar fields. So we do have a very heavy focus on digital and tech, since I believe that's the future and that's just the space that we really want to promote people to get involved into. So don't be overwhelmed if you come from even a photography background or some very different background. You do not need to be an engineer to participate in today's session. We'll give tips that will be relevant to all fields, but I would say a word of encouragement to really consider tech and IT as a career pathway. Does not mean you need to be a programmer. You could be a salesperson in tech, you could be a business analyst, and we'll cover a lot of those things today. So we really finished on a high with our previous panelists from VMware, from Twilio, Vic Government, and we're welcoming back Kelly from Vic Government. We'll be meeting with Brent, who works over at Smart Token Labs. So excited to hear more about what they do and the future of blockchain. He is also ex-Facebook, so exciting for those of you who are really, really into that. I know it's a super popular brand. It's now Meta. And Craig from Bidum and Ali from Databricks. So I'm going to bring them all to the stage. Please drop a comment. We do have some prizes to give away. If you've got questions, feel free to ask. We'll be bringing those up. So welcome back, Kelly. Hi, Brent, Craig, and Ali. Thanks so much for joining. I'm so excited. Okie doke. Well, I guess to get us started, for those of you who haven't maybe met these wonderful individuals, we'll maybe go around and if you could just tell us a bit more about what you do and the company that you work for, a bit more about what it is that they do and maybe even how you fell into the role. So starting with you, maybe Brent, do you want to tell me a little bit more about Smart Token Labs, a bit more about yourself?
Yeah, sure. Great to be part of it. Really pleased to be involved. So my name is Brent. I'm from Smart Token Labs. We make tokens smart. That's our strapline. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Smart Token Labs. I'm responsible for sort of branding, positioning, go-to-market strategy. Basically, we're an open source software development company. So we're building infrastructure for Web3. We have a mobile NFT wallet, and we have a product called TokenScript, which is kind of going to be like the next HTML, we hope. We're trying to land a long throw sort of strategy around, open source infrastructure to connect Web3 and Web2. So that's what we're doing. And my background is I've done a lot of startups. I've done like 11 startups in my career so far, a lot of tech-based startups. My first job was in government back in Tasmania in 1989, where I did a cadetship in public relations.
Kelly's listening. There he is.
So that's my crazy history.
That's amazing. Well, I'm so excited to talk about that and, blockchain, and people are really starting to understand more about NFTs and the metaverse. So this is the panel. If you're interested in emerging tech and AI and weird and wonderful things, stay tuned for this panel. And I guess then to segue, you mentioned you used to work in government. We have the wonderful Kelly. Do you want to just share, for those who've just tuned in, a bit more about what you do, maybe what the government are currently doing in this space, promoting digital jobs and things like that?
Great, thanks, Jess. Yes, I'm Kelly Hutchinson, and I work in the Department of Jobs, Precincts and Regions and in the digital economy team. So we look after growing the local ecosystem, the tech sector, supporting companies like Brent's, and also then working with universities to make sure that what is the latest needs in industry to be able to make sure grads are coming out with the right type of courses, but also looking at skills and what opportunities there are for the jobs that we don't even know about. So my background, I actually came from a comms background. My undergrad is an arts degree. And then I was doing a PhD in public policy because I look at innovation policy and change management, and then landed this part-time job in government. And here I am 7 years later. This is the 7th festival. It makes sense actually because there's so much happening, and really it's that informal learning, that going to workshops, that attending different, universities have a whole lot of latest research, and you think, oh, how do I even find out about it? Well, I advertise and promote what are the latest webinars and sessions that are being done in the Centre for AI or the Automated Decision Making Centre for Excellence that's being run between Monash and RMIT. So there's some amazing stuff out there that you can get engaged in. And, there really are totally new areas, and that's what the government's really trying to support. What's the future? What's cybersecurity? What do we need to support businesses and professionals to get us a safe cyber society? What government services need to get developed? So Digital Victoria is the new part of the government under Department of Premier and Cabinet. They rolled out the service app. And actually won an iAward recently for that, from, look through that massive amount of adoption that needed to happen in technology. So government is actually really an exciting place to work, because we are thinking forward about where we might need to change services, but also how do we support jobs and opportunities for companies to grow. So that's the type of work we work with.
Yeah. And you've really touched on a point that is so important for people to think about. This is something we work on in our sort of career counselling stuff. And I sit down with people and we talk about the different industries you can work in. You can work in corporate, you can work in startups, you can also work in government. And so there's so much that happens, and government are renowned for investing in their people and doing a lot of really effective training and workshops and leadership stuff. I'm telling you guys honestly, even if Kelly wasn't here, I would say the exact same thing. And I'm sure there's videos out there of me saying exactly that. So it's so true. So just remember, there are so many options available for you, whether it's entrepreneurship, whether it's startups, whether it's government or corporate. There's so many career pathways, and we're going to talk all about it in today's session. And I really want to say thank you to VicGov for actually sponsoring events like this and highlighting tech, because it is those people who don't have the digital skills that worry me, because I just don't want people to be missing out on opportunity and have not the best ultimate future, and you don't need to be a programmer to get into IT. So Ali, so great to have you. We've got Ali from Databricks. I wanted you to maybe tell us a little bit more about yourself and what you guys do there at Databricks. Would love to hear more about how you fell into that career.
Yeah, sure. Hi everyone, thank you for having me. It's a really pleasure to be here. I'm Ellie. I'm based in Perth, Western Australia, and I work in Databricks. Databricks is an international company that we help different organizations to solve their toughest problem with data. So with the open source, the open platform, and the collaborative environment that we have with Databricks, we help different organizations from startups to government agencies and big retail companies to actually have the benefits from their big data and do the advanced analytics and machine learning at the same place. And Databricks is available in the most popular clouds like AWS, Azure, and GCP. And for myself, my background is in machine learning and AI. So I used to be a machine learning engineer. I worked only with 3 startups, not 11, friends. And I used to work with actually image processing. My favorite project that I was working on was detecting fall. It was a fall detection for aged care facility to detect in real time any fall and alert the nurses to come and help the elderly people. And so after moving to Databricks as a solutions architect, I'm working with different organizations and with different kind of data. It can be in finance companies. It can be any fraud detection and anomaly detection. that can be involved with a government agency to move to more modern data platform and get the most out of the historical data that they have. And I'm really happy to be here and get to know every single of you. Please feel free to ping me on LinkedIn, and I'm happy to know every single of you.
I love that. See, you can get into these fields. It doesn't matter if you particularly studied a degree at the beginning of your career. I think it's the people who actually continuously improve themselves that tend to be the most successful in the end in their career. And I always go back to the hairdressing example that I gave in the previous talk. It's if you're an amazing hairdresser, you will have customers. It doesn't matter about your qualifications. Whereas if you don't know what you're doing, you're not very good, but you've got the qualifications, it's very hard to get customers, and you want to be that expert. And if you want to be working at places like Facebook and all these awesome places, Brent used to work at Facebook. If you want to work in these top brands, they are looking for people who are very skilled in their art, right, of programming, of tech. You can do this by self-learning. It's really awesome that Ali, you do work in AI, because it's an area I'm so passionate about, and we're going to talk all about the different fields that people might want to pursue that are more emerging. But even our organization, we're a recruitment company. We help people get jobs. We help businesses find staff. That's what we've always done. But what we also do is we help, people develop themselves, resumes, interview training. And so slowly, we decided, we're so passionate about tech. We've always worked in tech. What can we do in terms of projects and products? And it's amazing that now we've actually got a whole arm that does AI candidate and job matching, right? So it's a software product. And myself, coming from a non-IT background, but being almost a decade now in technology, which is kind of crazy to think, it's like I feel sometimes like I do know about AWS and Power BI and SQL and R and Python and all these things that I didn't actually ever really train for, but you just learn it along the way. And I'm not scared of maybe considering AI as a pathway for myself. It's not as hard as it might look. All right, people, it is a bit challenging. You got to be committed, but anyone can do it, and anyone's got to start somewhere. So I love, Ali, your examples there, and that you work in that space. So this is like really good. This is working out really well in terms of the topic we're going to talk about for emerging tech. Lucky last, Craig, I'd love to hear a little bit more about you, how you fell into what you do. What is it that ByteDump do? Share with me a little bit more. I'm sure people would love to hear about the cyber world.
No worries, thank you. So yes, I'm Craig Ford. I'm the Security Services Manager for ByteDump Solutions. Essentially, ByteDump Solutions is a security consulting firm. We do a range of things from pen testing, security services, that type of stuff. So very much that cybersecurity space. Me particularly, my sort of career, I suppose you would say, back sort of starting out, I sort of started out in IT, which is I guess a pretty normal way for a lot of cybersecurity people. Way back early 2000s, and then sort of made my way and sort of I sort of started out with a traineeship, and then I decided to do a university degree about probably 8 or 9 years into my sort of experience, I suppose you'd say, in that sort of career, and that sort of sparked my cybersecurity industry from there. So it was a bit of a, walk before I did the study side of things, but yeah, that's kind of my background.
It's kind of funny that you say that, because it's so true. Like, it tends to be cybersecurity people usually start out in tech. And it's so funny, after doing so many interviews, you start to realize this trend. Like, for example, I'm going to take a wild guess here, and I could be wrong, but usually people who are into data science, and hit me up in the comments if it's you, love chess. They all love chess. They're all into it. Okay, it just seems to be this synonymous. I don't know, Ali, if you're into chess, or if you've ever done any part of any clubs.
I'm amateur.
Well, see what I mean? Like, I feel like there's just certain pathways that people tend to take in IT, but I mean, I've met people who were previous like photographers and landscapers. That's why I mention these sorts of things, who then get into it. This is a fun thing, and I want everyone to drop in the comment what they think, because we have right now, I will call you each representatives of these fields. Okay, so this is a lot of responsibility. We've got Brent representing blockchain, crypto, NFT, let's just say. We got Ellie representing AI, machine learning, maybe quantum computing, if you're interested. I love that field. And we got Craig with the cyber. So me and Kelly and anyone in the comments, which field do you think is like the hottest field in tech right now? Because I feel like these three are they are. All we're missing is robotics and maybe, like BCI kind of, computer interfaces and biotech. That's all we're missing right now. What do we think, Kelly? Which one do you think has the best prospects? Are they all kind of equally? What do we reckon?
Well, without the cybersecurity, we won't have a safe platform to build a metaverse.
True.
And without quantum computing, we won't really actually be able to achieve what the Web3 technologies really will be able to really see where we're going to go. So they're all interconnected, which means there's always a place for everybody to play.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that they're interconnected, so you can move from one to another. I'm most excited about Web3, to be honest, technologically wise, just because I think I mentioned previously, but there's whole businesses that didn't exist before the internet, of course, but particularly what we're really good in Victoria is platform marketplace economies, right? So car sales, Redbubble, all of these types of platforms didn't, as a digital marketplace, they're digital companies. They're a tech company, realestate.com and the like. And so they're one step we took. And we know that Web 2.0 really didn't bring in the benefits for society that we hoped. All that technology can do sometimes is amplify the bad as well as the good. And so there is this hope, I think, at this point, a hope with Web3 technologies and the distributed ledger techs of blockchain and the DAOs, the distributed autonomous organizations. I think that's what it is. I'm not sure. But a whole new way of utilizing tech, of utilizing resources, of having humanity work together, and being the optimist. That's where I see the potential, the real potential for that real step change, But I've been here before, I was before a lot of these different technologies started out, but that's my hope.
Yeah. And there's so many controversial things around all of these areas. There are three main topics that come up for each of you in each category, right? So they say AI, quantum computing will steal jobs, and that also quantum computing will crack the code of blockchain for cyber, leaving us all vulnerable to everything and severe attacks, And then they say that the metaverse is going to turn us all into these antisocial, live in a box humans that don't participate in real life. So what do you think about it, Ali? Do you think that these advancements, tell everybody how actually getting into this field might benefit society and the positive impacts that you see and how this is actually a good thing moving towards emerging technology? Or do you think it's bad?
Yeah, so I believe because in every single industry, we have really big data today, like terabytes of data, and we can be benefited from this data, and we can have some automated prediction models, and it doesn't just limit it to some specific field. My favorite application of AI and machine learning is in medicine. For example, with the startup that I was working with, it was just based on the 3D scans of your heart. They can predict the probability of having heart diseases, and the accuracy was actually is more than human expert. So any kind of these kind of technologies can help not even like community and humans. It can help us to detect diseases earlier and have some cure for them, and help like the life expectancy and quality of life for human. And so with any other like industry, for example, cryptocurrency and blockchain is something that I really believe is future, and this is something that I'm educating myself on that area as well. And on the other hand, there is big data on finance as well, and like educating ourselves to learn these new algorithms can help us to get ourselves familiar with these technologies and make sure that we are not actually, for example, for a company, they are not there is no like attack or fraud on their organization as well. For if I want to give one advice for anyone that want to interested in this area and want to learn more, is just Googling, because this field, especially like data processing, it doesn't actually limited to AI and ML. So any advanced analytic data, anything that make a difference between mature data processing and modern data pipeline to the traditional one, is something which is new. And even, for example, I didn't learn them in my degrees when I was in university. I was doing my PhD because I was thinking to be a machine learning. I needed a PhD degree. And then I left my PhD because I was learning from the new papers and the new publications and new tools in the internet more than the books that was like 10 years old in the university. So actually one thing that I really like from my field, and it is really challenging, is that willing to learn. And for example, a new tool that I'm learning to work with, or new programming language, which is really hot today, and it helps me to solve my problem, it may be not helpful for me in 2 years' time. So keep myself updated. It's something which excites me, and sometimes it's really challenging.
Yeah, it's kind of like someone who's a fashion designer. You can't just go with what's in fashion from 5 years ago. To be a good fashion designer and stay in work, you have to update yourself, read the magazines, subscribe to these newsletters. You know, I get startup news, all these different tech news subscriptions just straight to my inbox. Yeah, sometimes it clogs your inbox a little bit, but you learn a little bit about each new little thing that's happening in the startup world, in the tech community, skills that are needed. So I do encourage you to do that. So I guess my question as well for you then, Ali, is like, what do you think are the key skills that really, and it's debatable, but that a machine learning or AI engineer, or that someone should have if they want to get into this field, or a skill they should start looking at, whether it be Python or AWS? What's the sort of key thing they should really learn?
Yeah, very good question. I would say fast learning. It's something that really can help you. And if we want to talk about like tools and programming languages that can help you, Python is definitely something which is really good for data processing and machine learning workloads. R language is good when you want to do more statistics stuff. And the other really important thing in this field is cloud computing. So because when you want to, for example, train a model, for example, with the example of the 3D images that I was telling you about heart diseases. So it's a really big data.
Yeah,
and you
done.
need like GPUs or a specific hardware to
Mhm.
process and train the model. So when you know the basics of like how to use cloud computing, it can be on AWS, Azure, or Google, GCP, it doesn't matter. So it can help you to not stuck in the like technical hardware or software issues, like installing different libraries with different packages. And you don't need to invest in like expensive laptops with GPUs. So you just can spin up a virtual machine for an hour, use that, and then shuts it down. So I would say, yeah, cloud computing, really basic, and Python can help you a lot in this field.
Beautiful. And over to you then, Craig. What do you think in the cyber world? Firstly, do you think that this is going to happen, this whole breach of cryptography, and that it's all going to be broken and the whole world's going to fall apart? And what are the key skills that a cybersecurity specialist or someone wanting to get into it that you just kind of got to have or should really get, that's going to help them get jobs?
Two good questions. I'll go with the breaking everything open first with the quantum computing kind of discussion. I think, yes, technically speaking, quantum will break the current set of encryption standards and the way we're doing things now, but we're sort of, I guess, as an industry already adapting for that preempted kind of issue. So I think by the time it gets to that point, we'll probably have already adapted quite well and be a little bit better prepared. But essentially speaking, we've got to look at sort of that quantum computing and the infrastructure with like your autonomous vehicles, the IoT spread that's going everywhere. There'll be a lot of issues, particularly around that sort of quantum space and breaking into things, because there'll be sort of open floodgates of capability for the malicious actor side of things, as well as the good sort of guys and girls on the ones defending those networks as well. So I think we'll adapt on both sides pretty well. But yeah, so I think it will in a sense, but I think we'll adapt pretty well, as we always seem to do, which is great. Around the skills, me personally, I always look more for, instead of specific like certifications or technical skills, it's more around the curiosity side of things. I always think that someone needs to have that raw curiosity to either tinker, pull things apart, or that natural sort of curiosity thing to do really well in the, I guess, more in the technical security sort of space. And that's usually the main ingredient I look for someone who's the right kind of culture fit, and do they have that sort of raw curiosity? The rest we can teach. I think that's a pretty standard sort of thing with most sort of areas wherever you're going. But we've got to look at, I guess you'd say, security as a more broad. It's not all technical as well. There's the human side of things with cyber awareness and the, social engineering. There is quite a lot that's not in that technical space. I myself have a red team ethical hacking kind of background, so I'm in that very technical space. But I've written a few books and write lots of articles. I'm very much a good communicator, and you can sit on both sides of that fence quite easily. You don't have to be in tech. You can be in so many different areas that need quite a lot of people in that sort of area to help us keep protected, and more education, and there's definitely a lot. But
there's project management, there's business development, there's customer success roles, there's sales focused roles. As you mentioned, cyber awareness training. Everyone who does our internship, we do every week a cyber awareness thing, and they do a quiz, and sort of we train them up to be able to know how to be aware, cyber aware, and how to teach those skills to others. Because in a tech company, it's so critical, right? You'd be amazed the amount of clients that I've met with that tell me privately, and I'm not going to share who, what, where, you never get it out of me, but how seriously bad staff can be when it comes to clicking on links, opening up emails. People are getting smarter than ever before. You're hearing so much to do with voice now, and now we're starting to see, cloning of voices, and it's just unbelievable the extent you've got. I've lost it, but the face, you create the artificial face.
Yep.
Deepfake, that's the one.
Yep.
Deepfakes, you have so much that's happening in this field, and so it is critical that we all in tech know somewhat about cyber. And guys, I encourage this whenever you get your first job, or let's say you're at uni, meet the people who are in UI, UX and design. You've got someone here in the comments, they said they want to be a full stack developer. Learn a bit about Figma and how to create interesting designs and the sort of user experience. That's going to be important, even though maybe you don't want to do that day in, day out. Just learning a little bit about it is going to bring all the pieces to the puzzle together. Yeah, I think it's important. It's like you can be a chef, but maybe understanding what drink might complement it, whether it's alcoholic or non-alcoholic, what will go well with that meal. You might not want to have a cup of tea with a steak. It's just sort of weird that maybe don't serve that. So anyway, hopefully you get my point. You've got to learn a little bit about other areas of tech. And even if you're not tech, maybe do some of these courses, even though they sound complex. You can always watch a video on YouTube to understand NFT. It can be hard to wrap your head around, particularly if you're new, but just Google it. Just like Ali said, I'm big on Google. Google it or Yahoo it, however you want to do it. Hop onto YouTube and watch some videos just to familiarize yourself. Then maybe do a little course or a little something, yeah? And so then I guess because we want to make sure that we get to everyone. So Brent, we were talking a little bit about blockchain, cryptocurrencies, cryptography, NFT, metaverse. Out of those, what do you think has the most potential in terms of careers and jobs, and what kind of key skills can people get? Because I don't know that they're even really teaching. There's no NFT uni course that I'm aware of, or things that, along those fields. It's a bit newer. What do you think for people who want to get into this field? How can they get started?
Well, look, I think the opportunity's never been greater to sort of get involved, and the gap between gaining experience and getting opportunities has never been smaller. And I think that's a big part of what crypto, Web3, open metaverse, whatever you want to call it, is kind of all about. So, my own experience is, I've worked through Web 1, Web 2, a bunch of different companies. I had no experience in Web 3 12 months ago, and I got approached about a job, and I spent, 2 months, an hour a day, just sort of doing my own learning to try and get a handle, in the first instance, on the sort of blockchain layer and what scaling solutions meant, and layer 2 solutions and all that sort of stuff, and then sort of bridging into tokens and tokenization. So I learned by sort of practical application, and then I did a course, and then I got involved in some projects. And I think that's the beauty of what exists today. The opportunities that are coming out of this space are global opportunities, and a lot of them are fractional opportunities. So you can get involved in a DAO or an NFT project by jumping on Discord and just getting involved. And if you've got analytical skills or design skills or photography skills or copywriting skills, anything that can tell a story, basically. If you can tell a story through data, or you can tell it through words or pictures, then you can be part of these things that are happening. And my whole philosophy through life, or certainly career, is just been based on things being a springboard to further opportunities. And every role I've done, it's just been about I'm present with what I'm doing, and I really try and get involved and enjoy it. But I'm looking at whatever I'm doing, whether it's a grind or whether it's a blast. It's the acquisition of skills and experience which will create a springboard to something else, ultimately. And I just think it's a fantastic opportunity. And I think the other thing to really ground yourself in is it's super early and it's never too late. And what's kind of happening now with the new wave of tech has happened time and time before us, right? So there's always something new. It's always different. It's always going to change the world, and never fully does. And then there'll be something again. And a big part of where we're at today, I think, is that we're not really shooting for an entirely new internet. We're sort of going to land somewhere between what Web 2 and Web 3 promise is all about. And, if I was to sort of provide 3 tips to the graduates about what skills that I would latch onto. Again, just through the lens of sort of creating opportunity, you know, thinking about tech companies and sort of just opportunities to get involved. I would spend some time on Google Suite, you know, really understanding Google Analytics. I would do learn how to run paid ads on Facebook through Facebook Ads Manager, and probably it'd be a toss up between, like, you know, a data visualization thing as simple as Excel, or maybe slightly more advanced like Tableau, or just get an understanding of how Discord works. Let me just and say Google Suite, Facebook Ads Manager, and Discord. If you just get involved in using those tools a little bit, then and sort of are practical on them, and you know how Discord communities work, I can guarantee you that you could walk into tech jobs, you know, ground up jobs in marketing or growth or intersecting with product that you may never imagined you'd be eligible for, because there's just a dearth of that sort of practical skills, and that's just a great way to step into the industry.
Yeah. These communities are so important. And I tell this to people all the time, you know, connect in with people, get involved, learn, because from a company's perspective, I can see why it can be hard for organizations to want to hire graduates sometimes, because they expect to join and be taught on the job, when really, I'm sorry to say, but it's a bit of your responsibility to do that learning yourself. Like, would you pay yourself $80,000 or $100,000 a year to then train yourself how to do the job? I think a lot of people wouldn't do that. So, like, would you hire yourself in the job? If the answer is maybe no, then it's time to start thinking, am I, you know, can I upskill myself? Whether it's, like you said, download Power BI, download Tableau, use it. You did it with Facebook and with Instagram, and and LinkedIn. Watching now, you created your own account and figured it out. These apps are all quite similar, you know, Figma, AWS. Yeah, they're a little bit complex. Most of them have free accounts, student versions. You can just watch their demo video if you don't have, so at least you're familiar with it. You don't want to rock up to your first day of a job or rock up to an interview and have zero clue. Then if you're at the end of the interview and you don't get a job, it's time to start thinking, did I really do my best? Did I get an interview coach? Did I invest in a resume, or just sort of put it together myself? Did I get on the internet and do the research? Did I get involved in the community? And guess what? If you're not doing those things, start to question, is this really what I'm passionate about? Because people who love what they do, like the football stars, like Cristiano Ronaldo said it himself, talent is nothing without effort. Okay, so, like, you know, if you're not going to be willing to even go above and beyond doing it, then, you know, you can't expect organizations to want to back you either. So I think that's
sorry.
Go ahead.
Just that earlier point again. I think the gap between, you know, getting experience and creating opportunities has just narrowed in a way that's never has before.
Yeah.
If you turn up a job interview and you've been on the Discord and you understand what the community is talking about in relation to the project or the product or the brand, you know, if you've downloaded the app and you found places where it's tricky, you know, I reckon 50% of the people who got jobs at Facebook in the media solutions team, they all did the same thing. They basically set up a paid ad and retargeted the job hiring manager with ads from the candidate as they were going around the internet. They spent $5 and retargeted them because they had their email address. And so the hiring manager saw an ad from the candidate as they were navigating the web. And it's a simple thing to do, but it shows you know how to use the product. And 5 out of 10 people who did that got hired.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It's that effort that brands want to see. It's that above and beyond. If you're interviewing 100 candidates and there's one who did the research, just like at uni, right? There's so many students who go to uni and they don't put all the effort in, but then there's always that one student who goes above and beyond and stays up late all night and codes over the weekend. They're the ones that end up winning and getting those jobs. And you can be that person, right? It's so It's as simple as wanting it. And if you don't want it, acknowledge that you really don't want it and start thinking about something else. You should only ever apply to jobs that you're willing to jump through those hoops. You know, they put the hoops up and you've got to do these long forms. It's not an accident. They do it because as a recruiter, I get thousands of resumes every day. And so it's like, I want that candidate who sends me the resume and sends me a little personalized message that I know is not just copy pasted, that looks a little bit specific, or might hit me up on LinkedIn, or go that step above. Write me a little note after they've interviewed. Once again, they do not have to. It's not like I'm going to only, because I believe in diversity, I'm not going to only choose someone because of those things, but boy, they do stand out, right? I think, Ali, you wanted to say something, and then we're going to wrap up today's panel and do the next one. We're going to have a break. But, Ali, feel free to go ahead. What you were
sure.
saying.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree 100%. And I really like to add that, like, you don't need to boil the ocean. Learn about every single thing. For example, if you want to you want to know more about data science and machine learning and data analytics in general, you don't need to learn, for example, Python from day one and do everything from day one. There is many tools available for you, which is codeless, and many tutorials. For example, with Databricks AutoML, and I believe it's Azure has a version of that as well. So with clicking some buttons, it's just like using your browser. You can train a model and understand what is going on behind the scene. And you can actually, it's like a step kind of thing. So and according to some questions in the chat, there was like having a strong background in mathematics is really important in machine learning. I would say no. It depends what you want to do in machine learning world. If you want to create a model from scratch and do everything yourself and reinvent the wheel, yeah, you may need some like mathematic background, but based on your unique background and skill set, because data actually is diversified with different fields. For example, we have someone from medicine background, from finance background, from like nursing or something else, that coming that they feel that they need to do some advanced analytics, that they want to learn more. So you can use your unique background and just learn a little bit of like coding or using different tools, even codeless, to come up with a solution that fits for your needs.
And you're so right. It's like, I'll give you a bit of an analogy. You don't need to know how to make soy sauce in order to make a dish that uses soy sauce, right? Like a lot of people, they think like, you know, to be a chef, for example, well, they don't think this in chefery, or in cooking or whatever, but they think it in programming, that to be a programmer, you've got to know how to code. Actually, it's more like taking all those ingredients, so taking the passata that's already made in the bottle and putting it with the beef and chopping the vegetables to make a nice lasagna. You don't need to curd the cheese yourself. You know, you don't need to bottle and make the passata. You can if you want, it's not that hard, but I'm just saying that there's the GitLab and GitHub communities in order to get that code. You know, at uni, they teach you to not copy paste things, not use Google, and really, doctors do it. They, you know, oh, you've got an issue and burning in your abdomen. They hop onto their little Google or their, you know, doctor version of Google to find the answer. This is the way of the world. This is how we're going to learn and progress. So I'm just saying you don't necessarily need to, like you said, reinvent the wheel, code up from scratch. There's integration tools. Things have already been built that you just have to know how to make it fit together for automation. I'll give you an example. There's an app that I like to use that's you can kind of integrate things together, Zapier. And anyway, you just got to figure it out. It is a bit of trial and error. I did kids programming games to learn a little bit about like HTML and Python. I just did the kids online ones. okay, sounds silly, but I wanted to have a good understanding, start from scratch. So why not start from the basics? Because then you're not scared, and then you move up and up. And then when I'm working with our engineers, I know what they're talking about. And I'm in the tech industry, I'll interview tech candidates, I've got to know. So hopefully that makes sense. In terms of rounding up, very lucky last, before we go, what is one do and one don't for maybe someone who's wanting to get a job in their field? We'll start with you, Brent, in the blockchain crypto world. What's a do and a don't, maybe even in an interview, that you would give as a tip to anyone who's tuned in today?
Don't in blockchain is you don't turn up to an interview without a digital wallet and having acquired something. You have to show that you've been connected. And
Good.
the do is turn up to the interview with a digital wallet with something in it that shows you've been connected.
I love it. Don't do that, and do it. Spot on. There's nothing stopping you from, I think there was a lady who I worked with, and she did the same thing with Menulog, to do marketing role. And so she actually made an inquiry to the team as if she was wanting to set up a shop, but actually she wasn't. She was just applying for the job to see what's the user experience like. So do stuff like that. Awesome example, Brent. Ali, what would you say for someone who's looking to get a job in their field? What would be a tip to do and don't?
For don'ts, it would be don't afraid to ask questions and be curious. And for my first jobs and very first months, I believe that when I was Googling for something and I didn't know the meaning of a term, for example, I was ashamed to ask the question. I was Googling like quietly myself. And then I understand that, oh, this is a really diverse field and everything coming to this industry every day. And it's impossible for a single person to be on top of everything. So I would say, ask any question that you have. And for interviews, asking good questions to show that you are curious, you understand the problems that the interviewer is asking. And ask some good question about the company and culture, the culture of company that you want to be involved.
I love that. You're spot on. Kelly, what's the government kind of doing in blockchain, in cyber? Like, you could probably have these jobs in a government organization. Am I right? Am I wrong? What are you guys doing in AI and this kind of stuff that you can talk about?
So, well, the reality is we need more workers. We've got the work, we just don't have the people. And I think we may have heard a bit of that last week at the Job Summit. So Victorian government is, really looking broadly about where people can come from. And we've got a digital jobs program where we're taking people who may have come from a different background or been out of the workforce, so mid-career. So often that might be somebody who came from overseas, studied, did a master's degree or an undergraduate, and then went into an area and now is really quite interested to do something digital. And so you can do a 12-week training and then a 12-week placement. And companies can take on somebody. So one of your companies here might want to take on, and there's data analytics, cybersecurity, digital marketing, which is a very easy way to get into. And then once you realize and you get a bit more into the data analytics, if you're an inner nerd like me, you'll get very excited. But then you'll jump and do another program. So that's one really good program. Then we've got another is that we really need more women in cybersecurity. Yep. And so the Australian Women in AWSN, Australian Women in Security Association, been working with us on the Victorian Government cybersecurity, and part of it is actually giving opportunities for women to go through a cohort to explore. They might have been working in one particular area and interested in cybersecurity. So that's helping them to progress up the ladder, because we need management, the growth opportunities for these areas. It's not just at entry level, it's at midpoint, and then it's at, senior levels. We need everybody at all opportunities there. And so that's sort of one of the plays that government plays a role when we see that there is a need. Yep. So we work with industry bodies who say we need skilled people, we need opportunities. And so that's where those two programs. And then there's another program for maybe students online who are in their last year, or recent graduates who are going to graduate this coming end of the year. We've got Summer Tech Live, which is a fantastic program, which is a summer project working with a small business, say through the Victorian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So you're getting real experience. We know that's the biggest challenge. You need local experience, but I don't have a job yet, but I can't get experience. I don't have a job. You've got to get the job to get the experience. And you become in this cycle that becomes this despair. And we don't want that. We want to take people as they're graduating, as they're coming through, give them the opportunity. So it's put your hand up. So if you're a student, keep an eye out. Your universities will put out, you apply through your university. And if you're a business, have a look on the Victorian Chamber of Commerce, and I'll put some links in and we'll have them available to look as well. So there's just quite a few targeted activities for supporting people into those jobs, supporting businesses to employ people, because it's those two sides. It's that barrier of taking on somebody, and it's a risk for a company. But once you've had that experience, it's not as hard to get into those programs as it is to get the job. And it's the same thing. It's not as hard for the employer to take a risk on someone because it's only for a short time. But the employment rate of people who've gone through those type of activities is really good. And even if it is making that decision of like, I did the course on data analytics and I did the placement and I just can't, it's too narrow for me. I want to do something else. But I've always said in your career, you work out what you don't want to do and don't keep doing it.
Yeah, awesome.
And find something else you want to
wrap
do.
it up because I want to get to Craig. Thank you so much. And yes, 100%. Craig, lucky last, what's a do and a don't for someone who wants to get into cybersecurity, maybe for an interview or something like that? I'd love to hear more. Then we're going to take an intermission and come back and do our next panel. So do sit tight, stay tuned. Craig, if you could just tell us your top tip for a do and a don't in an interview for someone in cyber.
I think the top tip I'd say for don't, particularly around the sort of interviewing sort of area, is don't pretend like you know what they're talking about. If you don't know something, just be open. Say, look, I don't know that. It's particularly in cybersecurity and a lot of the other these sort of industries. It's so big and so complicated. You're only going to know your certain little line, and it's okay not to know everything. Just be honest, open, ask the questions like Ellie was saying, and just be very straightforward about it. And I think that's the best you can do. But yeah, definitely don't sit there and pretend you know something if you don't. Just put your hand up saying, I don't know what that is exactly. Can you explain that a little bit more? I think that's definitely better. But the do, I think, is probably more around the getting out there and sort of joining the Discords and doing the communities, going to meetups in cybersecurity. Pretty much most of my jobs that I've probably had in the last 10 years have been from relationships I've had from people I've met at these kind of meetups or on those sort of sites. Like, you build those relationships with people in that industry you want to get into, join the relationships. If you go to an interview and they know who you are already, that's one tick already for you in that box, and it's already put you one step up. So yeah, network as much as possible and just be straight up if you don't know something. That's the best tips I can give.
Yeah, people can pick up on it, when you're interviewing and meeting with people, and it's going to be so hard if they ask you a deeper question about something, and then you might look a little bit silly, but it's all about being honest and just being yourself, and remember that they're wanting to hire. So I really want to thank everyone today for the panel. We will be rejoining in about 5 or 6 minutes, so stay tuned. If you want, drop a comment, and we do have prizes. We have resume packs to give away. If you want to buy one, get onto the website. We do have obviously jobs on our website too, and so I will connect up your resume and profile with everyone who's participated in today's event, all the amazing brands. And if you want to get involved in any programs, we do also have an internship program that you can do that's 12 weeks to gain experience in your industry. So feel free to get onto that. But thank you so much to everyone. We so appreciate your time. And to everyone, please connect up with our speakers today. I'll make sure that an email gets sent out. So register on our website to ensure you get that email so you can connect up with everyone. All right, awesome. We're going to go to intermission now. Thank you so much to everyone who's spoken at today's event. And coming up next, we're going to be hearing from our final speakers, which are Inbal, Rachel Coleman from Seek, Michelle from Microsoft, and also Armidas from Microsoft. Sorry, not our final panel, our second last, and then we will finish off for the day. So stay tuned, go get yourself something to eat, and we shall be back. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. See you soon.
Thank you.
See you. everybody. Oh my gosh, it has been an amazing day. We have 2 more panels to go, and I'm super excited. This particular panel just so happens to accidentally be all female. So I'm really, really excited to hear everything that the ladies are going to share in and around how to get a job in tech, how to succeed in your career. Obviously, guys, stay tuned because we still will give amazing information for all the wonderful people of all different backgrounds in this particular event, but we're really happy to have some females here representing women in tech. So please welcome, we've got Mita from Microsoft, we have Rachel Coleman from Seek, we have Michelle from Microsoft as well, and Imbal from Blue Rock. So ladies, hello. If you have just tuned in, we're talking all about jobs, careers, and just giving some advice to people and inspiring them that they can do it. So I'm really excited to hear a bit about how you each got into your career, how you fell into tech. Is this something you studied? So yeah, for those of you who don't know our speakers, maybe Mita, if you could start off and just tell us a little bit more about you and how you got a job there at Microsoft and how you got into the IT industry.
Thank you. I work as a technical trainer for Microsoft, and I have more than 20 years of experience in IT industry. My path to here was quite traditional. I did an undergraduate in IT, followed by a master's degree, followed by a PhD. I worked for some time in industries between different degrees. And after graduation, I worked for research centers and also for various universities. Then I decided, when COVID hit, I decided to move to industry altogether and leave academia. And I was approached by a recruiter from Microsoft, so I landed up in my current job.
Wow. What do you think it was that got you, like, I've never actually asked this question to someone before on an event like this, but like, what do you think it was that made them want to hire you, do you think? No, that's a hard question.
The thing that helped was my qualification certifications. So I was already an AWS educator and AWS solution architect certified, and so they saw that, and also had Azure Foundation, couple of cloud computing certification, a few of them, and also I have been teaching cloud computing subjects. So they were probably looking at somebody with that background. The teaching background, and also qualified in Azure Cloud. So that is how I get the job. So yeah, probably certifications help.
There you go. It is actually important because we've covered in our other panels that, it's not just the certificates and the degrees that get a job. It's also can be our personality and those soft skills. But actually, there are a lot of jobs where it is the actual certificates and the skills that will get you the job. You don't necessarily need to be suave, charming person in an interview. You can just be purely really good at what you do and have an amazing, successful career. So I love that. It's really refreshing to hear. So, and what about you, Rachel? You're there at Seek. How did you fall into your role? What is it that you do day to day? And what's a day like in the typical role that you do there at Seek?
Yeah, hi. Well, look, currently my job is called Program Manager. And the program that I'm actually working on is Seek's Platform Unification Program. And so what we're doing is bringing our job boards. We have 2 job boards that we own in Asia, JobStreet and JobsDB. And of course, our job board Seek. And we're bringing them all onto one platform. And that is a very large program of work, as I'm sure you can imagine, as we're moving all of our customers onto one platform. And the part of that I'm working on is the bit in our AI platform services. So we're setting up our AI services to service our new unified platform. And so what do I do? Well, I was thinking about, what I've been up to most recently. It's a lot of what I think of as herding cats, which is just organising everyone to, deliver things in a timely fashion and really connecting people and making sure that there's open communication, because we have a lot of different teams working on this program.
Yeah, it's actually the number one sort of field that I recommend to people that are maybe non-technical that want to get into IT. I always say, look, if you've got leadership skills, if you've been a store manager at a clothing shop, you could probably be a project manager or a program manager. And I'm sorry to all the project managers and program managers out there to simplify your job to that, but I'm just saying you can do it, right? I'm not saying you could just waltz on in, but it is possible, and you don't necessarily need to be an AI engineer, a programmer to be in tech. You can still have a super successful career, like Rachel mentioned, just ensuring that things are delivered on time and on budget. And that's transferable in all sectors, really. I mean, even a lot of mums returning to work. I mean, if you've ever tried to get the kids all together and go to the zoo, I could consider that a little bit of a project management task, really. Ensuring we've all got the right lunches, ensuring we've got the right budget, and we don't go over it, so we get there on time. So, look, it's not as simple as that, but I am just saying for those that want to get into tech, don't be scared and try something new. And yeah, you can be in tech and never touch a line of code, to be honest. Obviously, it's ideal if you know a little bit about it, but it is certainly possible. So that's awesome. I'm really, really looking forward to hearing everything you have to say today, Rachel. And we got Imbal as well. I'm so excited. You're over at Blue Rock. Do you want to tell everyone a little bit more about what you do, how you fell into this role or your career in the sort of IT game? Tell us a little bit more.
Sure thing. So I'm head of technology and innovation at Blue Rock. Blue Rock is a multidisciplinary firm. So we have accountants, bookkeepers, lawyers, private wealth consultants, so financial advisors, all that sort of thing. And I think the interesting aspect of that for me is being the tech person in a non-tech business. So I've started my career as a software developer. That's my training. And worked as a software developer, then a business analyst, some training, QA, done a lot of those areas. But really my happy place, and I think there'll be a lot of people like that, where my happy place is leading technology in a non-tech organization, in industry, whatever that may be.
Oh, I love that. And I love what you just said, my happy place. Like, it's so, is it Mary Kondo or something? And she says, what sparks joy is what you should keep around the house. And if it doesn't spark joy, chuck it out or recycle it or donate it. I totally agree. Like, you've got to be in a role where there's some things you do that are your happy place. And let's be real, there are some tasks in a job that you're not going to love every element of it. And I'm just telling you, as a young graduate, if you've tuned in, or even someone who's wanting to get into tech and you're in a different field and you're later in your career, you could be 55 and over. It doesn't matter, right? We're all here talking about jobs and careers. But one thing I'll say is there are times and days or tasks that you will have to do that you don't enjoy. And I think particularly the young generation, they get taught this concept. It's debatable, it's controversial. They say, do something that makes you happy, you'll never work a day in your life. I agree, but I disagree in some elements that you don't want to set yourself up with this false expectation that work should always be amazing, but you should have a happy place. So, Imbal, I love that you've said that, and that's something that we're going to maybe talk about a little bit more throughout today's session, is finding stuff that you're good at and that you actually enjoy as well. Michelle, you're at Microsoft as well, and we caught up before. I'm just super excited, and I'm hoping that you dyed your hair specifically for this event because you are matching perfectly with our background with the gradient look. But do you want to share with us your journey to how you got to be where you're at, What kind of words of encouragement would you give a particularly young girl, because there are women tuning in, how to get to work at Microsoft and do what you do? And what is it that you do?
Well, I am always super impressed when I meet students these days and I ask them, do they know what they want to be when they grow up or when they finish uni? Because they all seem to know. They know exactly what they want to do. And I definitely was not in that position. When I went to uni, I didn't even know what course I wanted to do at uni. And I ended up getting one by lucky dip almost, in that I didn't get any offers when I went to uni. And so I called up the day after I got my results and called my favorite unis and said, could I come there? And one of them said, yeah, you can come here if you want to study philosophy. And I said, yeah, I would love to study that. And I did not know what philosophy was, but I knew I wanted to go to University of Durham. So turns out it's the study of life, and that worked out well for me. But yeah, you see, I was not on an obvious tech career path at that stage. But each time I have come to a choice in my life or a decision point, I have tried to say yes to opportunity, say yes to the things that will kind of stretch me, that scare me a little bit, not the things that I know I can do with my eyes closed. And I guess my best advice to students today is, yeah, don't be looking at those jobs where you can meet 100% of the criteria and applying for those. Because if you can already do all of that stuff, you're going to be so bored within 2 months of working there, and you're going to be looking for your next job. So you should be looking at those job descriptions and say, there are some things on there I can do solidly. There are some things on there I can look up and know enough about in interview to have an interesting conversation. And there's some things I don't know anything about, but I am so willing to learn, and I will say that in my interview. And, if you can make that pitch, if you can have that discussion, then people will pick you up. And for me, this current job that I'm in, it was advertised in Sydney and I'm in Perth, and we didn't even discuss that. I just applied for the job regardless. Microsoft is a very work from anywhere attitude anyway. It doesn't really matter. The job title, the job description, it was 2 levels beneath me. Obviously, I'm not taking a pay cut to do a new job. And yeah, when I got into the role, I mean, obviously, we agreed that before I went in. So I went in at the same level. But when I went into it, I looked at the KPIs for the role and what the rest of the team were doing. And they all work with our 50 top customers. And I said, I don't think I'm going to make any impact going there. There's already 100 people from Microsoft swarming all over those customers. I want to work where there is no one going. So I want to work with students. I want to work with women returning to the workforce. I want to work with people who are career changes. Send me where there are no Microsoft people to help them, and I will make an impact there. And my boss and his boss, they both said, that sounds great. You do that. Ignore the KPIs.
Oh my gosh. See what I mean? Like, when it comes to a job, A, the job description is a guide, okay? B, you do not need to have all the skills. In fact, statistically speaking, so Reesby as an organization, really we started out as a recruitment firm in tech, specifically for women in tech. But I came to this sort of understanding that I didn't want to only help a specific demographic, so I work with executives, I work with graduates, I work with local candidates, I work with overseas and international candidates, I work with women, I work with men, I work with all sorts of different people. And I really love that. We still have an arm that's dedicated to helping women, and this is why I always make sure in our events and panels we've got a really good representation of women. It's something I'm passionate about because that is reflective of our society. But statistically speaking, they do say that, and I've seen it, a lot of women, we tend to undersell ourselves, doubt ourselves, much more so. And men, don't tune out. It's all good. We support you. But then sometimes guys may have a bit more of a confidence and this feeling of, oh, I can do that and I can learn that. Whereas women, we sometimes go, oh, that role's in Sydney and I'm in Perth, or vice versa. So apply yourself, go for it. And I love, Michelle, that you're actually saying something that pretty much contradicts what we just spoke in our previous panel, but in a good way. It's always good to challenge our minds and stretch, and we don't need to sit in a particular position in life. You can have opinions on two different things, but previously we're saying you shouldn't fake your way through it and sort of lie because it's obvious. However, on the flip side, sometimes if you do feel you're capable and you can do it, why not? Why not just be like, oh, yes, I can do it, like the philosophy degree. Oh, yes, I'd love to do that. I can. If you feel that you can, go for it. Give it a try, because that's the only way you're going to learn if you're good at anything, really. I, a couple of years ago, tried out ice skating for the first time. And let me tell you, I nailed it. And I realized in that moment, oh, my goodness, I could have been an Olympic skater. I really think I could have. If that's my first session, never had any training, nothing, and I nailed it. Imagine I had done this since I was little. So it's all about give it a go, because you never know. You could be amazing. You could be the best programmer that the company's ever seen. You just didn't know it. So give it a shot. You'd be surprised at what you're good at, even if you have a couple of fears. So I guess then my question for you would be, and I'll go to maybe Armida, would be, what would you say are some of the stumbling blocks that you might have faced throughout your career? How have you upskilled yourself over the years or developed yourself to make you be the person that gets chosen in the interview? How do you present that in an interview and highlight and sell yourself? What are some tips you can give people tuning in?
So I want to start right from the beginning, and that is you find your strength and focus. That is very important. I recommend the book called Business Model You. Actually, I have it in here. Probably there's a blurry background. You can't see it at the moment. Yes, which talk about you need to be expert in something that people really admire you for that, and you feel comes easy to you. So choose the area of your expertise that you feel you will have a chance in that to shine, basically. And once you find that, the rest comes easier. For me, early in my career, I found that I am really good in learning and technical skills, but when it comes to interpersonal skills, I am struggling. So even at some stage in my career, I decided to have my own startup, which was a limited success, but wasn't work the way that I wanted to. So I decided to choose a career that it helps me to, gives me some independence, as well as that, it required me to be a fast learner. And that was what I am doing right now. Teaching was, enabled me to do something that I am good at. So for everybody who is graduate and listens to this and wants to start a journey just now, the important message is to find your focus first and try to keep your path from there. Finding your focus early is very important, and also knowing how to write resume and how to do interviews, telling your story very well tell me about you, and all of those tips and tricks that comes with that, they are also important to get your ideal job. But it's very important that you choose something that you are good at and you know yourself and your personality from the beginning. That helps you a lot rather than trying everything.
Yeah. I always give an analogy. I don't know. It's just how I communicate. So I'll say what I would really suggest for somebody is just exactly what you said there, Armida, is if you're a really good ice skater naturally, maybe stick to that. And let's say you're a pro ice skater and you've won gold medals, right? But you're sort of maybe don't as much enjoy it, but you are really good at it, you still might have more of a successful career than doing tennis, which you might be really bad at, let's say. So there's no point in training and upskilling yourself in an area that you're just not as naturally gifted in, I think. You can certainly develop that on the side, but don't quit your successful ice skating career to go and do something that you're just naturally not good at until you're ready, I think. Like, sort of develop these skills, your weakness areas, but like Armida said, the easier path sometimes is going down the path of what you're naturally inclined to and good at. If you're not the best communicator, you can learn communication skills. Absolutely. We do a lot of one-on-one interview training with people. If you want to book a session in, go to our website. But if you're not the world's best communicator, that's fine. There's so many jobs where that's not a necessary need for you in a particular role. Data science, some roles not as needed. So you don't have to always have it all, right? But still be conscious and aware of the areas that you might be a little bit lacking and that could use some development, I think. What about you, Rachel? What would be like a tip, maybe particularly even for a female that's looking to get into the tech sector? What would be something that you would tell even the younger version of yourself if you had to give yourself some encouragement?
Yeah, definitely. Look, what's really interesting, I was just reflecting when Armida was talking that, you know, my experience early in my career was originally I was a professional musician and I wasn't in tech at all. And so like the ice skater, I suddenly took up, and what happened to me was that at some point I decided I needed to get, you know, a day job, and I decided to retrain. And then I had to break into the tech industry as you know, someone as my second kind of career. And it was very challenging because I didn't have a lot of relevant work experience at the time. And I was halfway through a graduate degree in tech. And I really didn't know anything, but I just really needed a job. So I went along, and at first I started applying for tech jobs. And this was at a time when the economic environment wasn't so good. So there weren't that many jobs around. And I'd get into an interview and they'd say to me, oh, well, you know, tell us about your experience. And I'd say, well, I run my own company. And they'd be like, great. And I'd say, we play at weddings. And instantly you could just see the reaction. People were just like, what is this? And they couldn't get out of there fast enough. So very quickly I learned that, you know, one of the good ways to get into a job that might be slightly different from what you've been doing is to think about the transferable skills and to think about what are the things you're doing that are relevant for where you're wanting to go. And certainly, like in the case of what I'd been doing before, there's lots of things like stakeholder management, like, you know, business sense, self-discipline, getting there on time, you know, all of those sort of skills. And so what I ended up doing was eventually registering for a temp agency because I could write and I'd been writing my promotional material. And I got into a job that wasn't really tech at all. It was a purchasing job, but it was in an IT department. And once I was in there as a temp, I was able to form some relationships and kind of move from there. So, you know, it can be challenging, especially if you're fresh to an industry and you've never worked in that industry before. But there are different ways to get in there, is what I would say.
Yeah. I definitely have to say, I think that that's really such a good thing that you've highlighted there is be smart with how you apply for jobs. And in an interview, I see this a lot. You know, I ask people, tell me a bit about yourself, and they start with all the really irrelevant stuff, or sometimes with the things that aren't the best things to highlight. Interview skills are critical. I've never understood, and I'm so passionate about, I've never understood why people don't invest in getting a bit of training in it or get a resume done up properly, because like you're missing out on so many job opportunities you could have easily got, salary you could have got, you know, get that real proper advice. You know, I just think it's so important. And what you've highlighted there is that essentially you can get roles in jobs that don't seem like they're a match just by being smart, really doing your research. And that's only going to happen if you actually want it. if you're not going to put that much effort like what Rachel did in her beginning of her career to actually look at the job description, look at all the skills and find out, well, what have I done in my completely different field that's still relevant, and basically do a little map and a little bit of an outline. If you can't put that effort in for it, then don't apply. I think don't apply. Like, apply for the jobs you want, because there's no point in applying for jobs that your heart's not in it, because you might not be as successful. And yeah, I just think that passion piece that you've mentioned there, that really wanting it is vital, and finding what you're good at, finding what you enjoy, which ties in Imbal to you, your happiness, your happy place. What would you say, Imbal, to someone who wants to find out what they're good at, where their strengths are? How do you figure that out? And what kind of tips would you give someone starting out their career to choose what they want to do?
Great question. I guess I would suggest to try different things. So don't lock yourself with, this is what I have to do, this is where I'm going. And at least for me, that's what I've done. I didn't have a clear picture of where I'm going to be in 20 years when I started. And I tried a lot of things at work, whatever. It doesn't matter what the job description was. I always did things around that. And as you try things and you try a bit of, in my field, I was doing software development, but also training some users and then getting some requirements from users as a business analyst to bring back to the business. And those are all probably outside of my job description. But as I started doing them, I found that I really enjoyed them. And then I started doing more and more of those. And then I moved to another job and I started doing the same things, but different, with different clients in different industry, in different technology. So the more you try, the more you can see what actually are the days that when you get home at the end of the day. For me, some days I get home at the end of the day and I'm more energized than what I was in the morning, because I did things that were fun and exciting and challenging and engaging, and I just had fun all day. It's not every day, but what are those days? Because that's probably also where I give the most value to the business. So, and these are the things that I want to do the most and that are best for both of us, me and the business, that I'll focus on. Yeah. So try and figure it out.
Even like today, one little tip for everyone, maybe write down all the things you're really good at, all the things you maybe struggle with that you should look to improve, because you don't want to get into a job and expect them to be paying you for you to learn and like be trained up and reskilled. That's our own responsibility, I feel. Yes, there's a certain level of training and some companies will do that, but just keep in mind it's going to limit your pool of jobs that you can go for, because some companies will go, well, you don't know it? Sorry. So what you do is you get onto Google, get onto YouTube, download those apps, watch the demo videos, test out the product for yourself, get an AWS account and log it in. There's student account versions. Get a Azure account. There's student versions. Get a GCP account, all of them, because to know each platform I think is important. You'll have some that you prefer and some that you don't prefer, but it's all kind of coming together as one piece. So I think that for me, when it comes to students wanting to figure out what their strengths are, is think about, well, what are you already naturally good at? What do you struggle with? How can you improve? And actually have a little think about what value you bring to an organization, because that's what we get paid for, really, is our skills. Yeah, like we're human resources, we're resources. So what skills, what can you bring to that? And that's what the interview should really be you saying, is what value you can add. I'm an Azure expert. I've already got the app. I've got an account. I've learned how to set up particular databases. I've learned integration. I've got my free online beginner's certification because I couldn't get the official one, let's say, or I got the official one, and actually show that you really want it and that you've given it a go. Download and be part of all the communities that are involved. I think that's going to be important. So Michelle, obviously you're there at Microsoft. What would you say in terms of somebody finding out what value they can bring to an organization? How do you kind of say that and explain that in an interview without coming across too over the top? Like what kind of tips would you give someone in an interview?
Well, I think you really hit a lot of those points when you were just talking about it there. It's, when someone has applied for a job, there are going to be maybe 200 CVs hitting the desk of that hiring manager, and they're all black and white, all Times New Roman. Everyone's got a degree. There are thousands of students graduating at the same time as you in the same courses. So you need to look for those differentiators, those things that can make you stand out from the crowd, to say that demonstrate that you have a continuous learning mindset, that you are interested in stuff, that you want to grow your career, that you want to move forward, and that you're not waiting for anyone's permission to do so. So yeah, there are a whole bunch of Microsoft certifications you can do as a student right now. You can get free exam vouchers to do those. One of my favorite stories that I like to tell is about a guy that joined our organization in the last few months. He actually applied to Microsoft about 6 times in the previous year, and he would apply for roles, and he didn't get them. But it isn't that he was rejected. It isn't that he was not good enough for those roles. It's that someone else got them. Because, when you're in an interview loop for Microsoft, everyone in that loop is good enough to get a job at Microsoft. It's just there's only one position. So each time he was getting down to the last 2, and someone else was slightly more suitable than him at the time. So he didn't let it put him off. He didn't let that rejection hold him back. He kept applying. And by the time he applied for the last role, he had already interviewed with every person in Microsoft Perth. They already knew him. They had already said yes to him. They already, liked him. And in that time that he had been doing those interviews and, carrying on his previous job, he was also getting his Microsoft credentials in. So by the time he got that final job, he was more certified than anyone in that Microsoft team. He had more Microsoft security credentials than anyone else in the team he was joining. So they really couldn't argue with it. They absolutely had to give it to him. So those are, I guess, the 2 things. Don't give up. Don't let it stop you. It's not you they're rejecting. It's just someone else was slightly more appropriate. But the final thing, just on what you were talking about before, where you said, play to your strengths, I do agree with that. But also on the flip side, I know that a lot of boys, when they were growing up, they were allowed to play rough. They were allowed to climb trees. They were allowed to make mistakes. They built stuff with their buddies. They did a lot of things that a lot of little girls were not able to do or not encouraged to do. And so I see a lot of women coming to coding boot camps, and they try it and they're not immediately good at it, and they say, oh, well, obviously I'm not a coder. I just want to remind everyone that it took almost 2 years for us all to learn how to walk. No one ever walked out of the birth canal. And so when you're trying new things and you're not immediately good at it, don't think it's not for you. Try it a little bit tomorrow, try a little bit the day after, and, just keep moving forward with all of those new skills that you're trying to learn. And you will pick up those things that you find interesting after a while, but not on day one. So, ignore that voice in your head. That voice is not your friend.
It's so true. Like, I love that you've given the example of walking. I always give the example of like riding a bike as well, because like we're at that age where you can sort of remember when you sort of learn to ride a bike. How many times did you fall off? Like probably 52, I think it was for me, until I really got it and nailed it. But the only way that we actually can get better is by knowing that it is possible, which is why having like women like you in these roles, sitting here today and watching this, and even for the guys, there are challenges that we all face. There are men who struggle to get jobs. There are women. There are international students. There are local people. There are all sorts of different things that we see as a hindrance and a barrier for us to get a job, but it is possible. It is absolutely possible. It's just about, like you said, getting up and trying again, or trying even a different approach as well. Like that guy, of course, he sort of applied, but at the same time, he was upskilling. So like, if you're finding that you're getting interviews, but you're not nailing the interview, get a coach, get an interview coach, whether it's myself or someone else, whatever. Invest in yourself. Or if you're not getting interviews, how about it is time to actually think, you know what, maybe having a black and white resume is not a good idea, and that I'm not a naturally gifted sales and design person, so why on earth am I writing my own resume? Why don't I just pay someone to do it properly and work with them to get it done nice? It's like those little things that sometimes, like, okay, you can definitely just keep trying, but also, what is it? He says, it's madness to keep trying again and again the same. Was it what's his name? My memory's gone blank because I've been here all day. He's Albert Einstein. He says, yeah, that basically it's madness if you continue the same approach and expecting, you know, different results. So try a slightly different approach, and do research. And attending this event, you've already one step ahead. So that's why, like, drop a comment if you have a question. Don't be shy. Connect with all the women who are here on this panel, please, on LinkedIn. I hope you all don't mind that. You're probably going to get a lot of friend requests. Connect with people, ask questions, go to networking events. And I guess my final kind of question then, for you guys, because obviously this is a panel that we're focusing on women and tech, is like, what do you think is something that stops women from getting jobs versus men, and how can we work to fix this? Or even from an organizational point of view, what have you done within your company to help fix the diversity issue? When you're interviewing candidates, do you take off the name off the resume, or is there a particular process to help fix that? What does it look like in your team? Is it very male dominated? Maybe Armida, if you can start us off with that.
Yeah, Microsoft, as Michelle knows, is a very diverse place, and they are big in increasing diversity and advocating for that. So yeah, they try to basically, the CEO of Microsoft was born and had a education, bachelor's degree in India, and he is head of Microsoft, and same as Google. Anyway, nowadays it's a space for everyone. We have in Microsoft people with Asperger and autism syndrome working, and also other disabilities. So something in terms of companies, majority of big companies now have a policy to include to employ for diversity. But what I wanted to mention is what I saw as a lecturer in IT was a lack of women female students interested in doing IT. One reason is that we don't teach IT in a curriculum in Australian high school, but the other one, as Michelle mentioned, boys start playing with computers and games and all of that from early age, and girls don't get that exposure. So even if they have an analytical brain, they probably go to accounting or something that probably earns much less than IT, but they are not aware of opportunities in that area. So and when they come to uni, they compare themselves with another male student who is already knows all of this programming during all these years. So I try to encourage them that just compare yourself with yourself, not with others. You don't know what's the history of them. Doesn't mean that you don't have your own place. Even if a candidate doesn't have an analytical mind, still can find a place in the IT industry. Like Inbal mentioned that she didn't like tech side of things, and so moved to become a business analyst or project manager or related IT professions. There are place for everybody and every talent in IT industry. That's what I am trying to say. You just need to find it.
Yeah, you're so right. You don't need to be a programmer to be in tech. You don't need to adapt and conform. There are a lot of even casualized jobs in IT. So for people who want to have good work-life balance, maybe you're not even a grad, you're like return to work mum, and you've been out of work for 5-6 years. Now's the time to do a little online course, try and do some research, what tech roles are available to you. And if you're not sure, you can always message me if you like. I'm happy to help. There's so many jobs within IT. It's unbelievable, but it is obviously very competitive too. If you look at the students versus the jobs, it's like, whoa, sometimes a challenge. So, and Rachel, you probably know best than anyone, being over there at Seek. What would you say in terms of this advice for someone who wants to get into this industry, or just things to be mindful of, or ways that Seek looks to help women, things that are practical that might help women listening today?
Yeah,
Sorry,
definitely.
just
yeah.
sorry, interrupting. Wanted to add something very quickly. Many companies nowadays have a return to work program, including Deloitte, and Microsoft is starting one soon as well. You can always check for that. Yes.
Beautiful. There you go.
Amazing. Yeah, thanks, Jess. Well, I firstly would like to echo, what we talked about briefly earlier, which is that sometimes I think we have grown up in an environment where we're not as willing to take a risk when it comes to applying for jobs. And I would say that, if you're looking at a job and you think, wow, this sounds like something I'd really enjoy, and you've got some of the key criteria, I would definitely say apply, because part of, what can help us as women, break into tech is really just applying for those jobs that really appeal to us. And that helps have more women interviewed and more women in the pipeline. But at Seek, look, there's a few things that we actually do. We run a school holiday program for girls aged 14 to 16 to provide an introduction into careers in tech. And in that program, it just runs for a week every year in the school holidays. And they go through a series of introductions to engineering, to product, to UX, to agile practices and things like that. And, that's our way to try to really say to people who may not have considered getting into, a course in university to study tech, hey, this is what it's about, and it actually is fun. And we do make that a really fun week. It's a great holiday program. And the other thing that we do in our graduate hiring program, what we found was that sometimes not everyone is going to ace an online code test. And, in earlier iterations of our program, that was a gate. Now, we've changed it so that when we look at shortlisting, we have a few data points that we look at, and we look at all of them together when we're deciding to move that person to the next stage. Because what we've noticed is that just because someone it might not be your thing doing online tests, but it doesn't mean you can't program and you're not a good engineer. So there's other things that we look at in our process, and that helps to give us more diversity in our hire of engineers.
Oh, I love that. I love that you've even mentioned that, because someone in the previous panel said they really struggle with those coding challenges, and it is important, but you can have an off day. It could be a terrible weekend for that person. You could have got unlucky. You might have a school exam coming up or assignment or something. There's so many factors, or the nerves got the best of you. Kind of like those singers, and they get in front of the stage and they're amazing at singing, but they just couldn't do it on that particular day. So I love that you are addressing that and seeing that as something to fix and remediate. And I would encourage all females to really start to think about, hey, I can maybe upskill my daughter. For the males who are tuning in, think about how you can support women. When we first started out, our very first big client was ANZ Bank. And I can say proudly that Chris Venter, who's a male at ANZ, one of the heads there, he engaged us. He took a chance on us. We were obviously a startup recruitment agency at the time, and we ended up placing 2 very senior women. It was a role for one, but the 2 candidates we submitted were like amazing. In fact, all of them were. But they ended up hiring 2 very, very senior women, and we got them like, you know, a day off in the middle of the week, which was awesome, on like amazing salaries, which I won't go into detail about. But they took a chance on us and to place some extremely senior roles in the executive level. So I really got to say, even for the men tuning in, we all can play a role in making it a more diverse digital economy, if that makes sense. And you can do stuff to help your sister, your mother, your auntie, whoever, your friend get into an IT role or inspire them or help women in this field and industries. That's awesome. We got Inbal and Michelle, and then we're going to wrap up today's session. Thank you to everyone who's tuning in. If you do have questions, please make sure you're dropping them in the comments. This will be available on demand, so we're going to be publishing this event, so do share it with your friends and family who you think it might be useful for. But Inbal, is there any words of encouragement you'd give to a female out there, or any things that you could suggest to them, a stumbling block they might face that you've got an easy solution for them to fix?
I often see when I interview people the different behavior, and it's often women and men. It's often different from different people from different cultural backgrounds. So many of us tend to minimize ourselves, to smile and laugh, and to try to not be intimidating, to be cute. That can be very good maybe in the dating world, but not in an interview. When I look for someone to work for me, I look for someone who can deliver, and not for someone to be cute. I look for someone I think I can work with that will deliver, that will take on responsibility, that will work hard, that will learn what they need to learn, and maybe self-motivate to learn. So think about what you're presenting and how you're presenting, and in what way you're trying to be liked, in a cute way or in a serious, professional, impressive way. And I have to admit that I spent a lot of time training myself to present in a way that looks professional and serious rather than cute and non-intimidating. So all that self-minimization is something we need to get rid of. Then another important thing, I think, is when you come, one thing is to recruit people recruit women, recruit people from diverse cultural backgrounds, and then how they move on at work. Do they progress? Do we promote these people? Do these people ask for promotion? And one of the things that I'm remembering is a quote from Hillary Clinton from her book that she wrote, one of them. And she talks about how when she offers a promotion to a man, often, not always, but often, they go, oh yeah, I'll do it. I won't disappoint you. And often when she offers the same promotion to a very capable woman, the woman goes, are you sure I can do it? Are you sure I'm ready? But I haven't done this and that and whatever. And these two people can be similarly capable of doing the job. So I think that when you come into an interview, my offer to you is to remember that the person that's interviewing you is given their time to this interview because they're looking for something. They're looking for solutions. They have too much work and not enough people to deliver. They have a gap of skills in their team. They have a problem and they're looking for help. They're not testing you. It's not a school situation where you're tested and you succeed or fail. They're looking for something that you can help them with, and try to frame that in that way. And we're here together in the room in the interview to look at whether you can solve this problem for me or not. I'm looking at you as a person to see if I can work with you, and looking at you as a professional to see if you can help me bridge that gap. So if you're missing some skills, but you seem like an amazing person to work with, I'll figure out how to give you those skills. So it's about making that connection and showing who you really are, so that that person interviewing you really wants you to be the person who'll solve their problem.
I love that. They are looking to hire. They're not looking to say no to you and make you feel bad. They want the right person. And so if you're the right person, then, or showcase that you could be you have the potential to be the right person. Lucky last, Michelle, over at Microsoft. I mean, it's an awesome, there's so many amazing women on this panel. You've all got incredible backgrounds. Is there any piece of advice you'd give to someone out there who wants to get into tech or upskill themselves, or a little tip you can give them for success in an interview, particularly from even a female perspective?
Well, I want to say be yourself. So in Microsoft, we're looking for diversity in our teams. We are looking for someone that is bringing something different to the team than already exists there. So, you know, maybe there's a whole bunch of people who have these certain skills, but you're bringing something else. And the way that you do it as well, the way you present yourself, if it's different to those people, then you might be adding something there with your personality. So some people are shy and introvert, some people are extrovert, some are confident, some are charming, some are serious. I don't think you should try and hide the real you. I think you should come with the real you to your interview, and you'll be more confident because you're not trying to fake who you are in that interview. You will speak from the heart. And in Microsoft, that's definitely what we're looking for. And in interviews generally, I think people look at the person in front of them and they're trying to imagine, what will this person be like as part of my team? How will they fit in there? What will they bring that I don't already have? You know, what will they show up within the existing team? It's possible for Microsoft to apply just using your LinkedIn profile. You don't have to have a CV or resume. And if you look at my LinkedIn profile, you can see it is not black and white. It is filled with color. It is filled with samples of my work. You can look at the banner behind my head, and it says without words who I am and what I do in the world. It's communicated with images, which is good when a recruiter might be only spending 30 seconds to look at your CV. So if your LinkedIn has examples of your work in it, it's colorful. It shows you, you know, the things that you've volunteered at, the things where you've done mentoring, where you've been like the president of your student club, all of those extra things, and they're in there with photographs of you at events. That really, you know, adds something and gives them a greater insight into your life and who you are and what you'll be bringing. The other final thing I would say about LinkedIn is that on your CV, you have two references, which are names, phone numbers, and emails of people who, in fact, could be anyone in this day and age. I came from Belgium. I could have put any Belgian's phone number down there and said that was the president of IBM. Give him a call to get my reference. Whereas on LinkedIn, you can put your recommendations in there. And what I have over the course of my 20 plus years career, yes, I am super old, is recommendations from people who worked for me, who were my teammates, who worked with me, who were my customers, who were vendors, who were managers, who were skip level managers. Like, it's a whole 360-degree view of who I am and what I am like to work with. If people read those 60 recommendations, they get a very clear view as to what it is like to work with me and what it would be like to have me on their team. And so I would say it's not too early to start doing that. And indeed, you should ask for those recommendations, not when you're looking for a job, but when you have done something good in your current work. So maybe you worked on a project team at uni and your project team scored the highest score amongst all of them. Get your teammates to write what you were like as a teammate into your LinkedIn recommendations. Get your professor to write she was part of the highest scoring team. That kind of stuff. To you think it doesn't sound like experience. You think it sounds like, uni stuff. But all of it is telling something about who you are, what you're like to work with, and what you can bring to a team. So it's worth putting in. And then later on, I have these really sweet recommendations from people who worked for me when I ran a service desk and they were like 20 years of age, and they were like, oh, Michelle was the best manager we ever had, and it's so cute. However, their current job is CEO of the company they work at. And so that shows, next to the recommendation, that CEOs and C-level execs of companies were saying Michelle was the best boss they ever worked for. So yeah, that's my.
I love that. You're definitely right. There are so many ways that we can highlight ourselves and promote ourselves and personal branding. So just exactly as Inbal said, don't minimize yourself. You're there to promote yourself. The only person who knows how good you are is yourself. And if you think and say that you're not that great when maybe you are, they're just going to believe what you say, really. That's all they can go by. Of course, they're going to do proper checks and everything, but from first glance. So make sure that you're really promoting yourself. So for today's session, it's been an absolute honor to have you all, an all-female panel. We are not going anywhere. Don't stress. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I definitely need to have a little something to eat, get a little bit of coffee into me, and I'm so excited for our next panel. We have coming up, we've got people speaking about the future of startups and the different types of jobs, remote working, all these different options if maybe corporate world is not for you, or maybe you're an entrepreneur or something like that. So we're going to be talking to, we've got Oracle, we have Jonathan again back from Growth Hackers, we have Neha, and we also have Taylor. So please stay tuned, drop us a comment, and I will put in the email if you've registered, everyone who's attended for today's event, so you can connect with them on LinkedIn. Thank you, ladies, so much for your time. I hope you all have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you, guys. Have a great night. See ya. my goodness, it is the last panel. I wonder who has been here for this entire live stream. It's been a 4-hour marathon, and I'm just so glad that we've been able to share some information from people who are experts in their field. I'm so excited for all of you young grads who are just going to take some of this advice, put it in your back pocket, and hopefully see a lot of success in your career. And we'd love to hear about your success stories when you do. For this particular panel, so this is our last panel for the day. Oh, I'm so sad and happy, but don't worry, we're going to be doing plenty more events in the future. And we spoke previously about a workshop for interview skills and training. So if that's something that you're after, drop it in the comments. Tell us what you would like us to cover in the next event. Give us some suggestions. We would love to hear a little bit more. For today's panel, we're going to be talking all about startups. What is it like to work in a startup? What's it like to maybe even run a startup or have startup as your client? So I'm really excited. We have Rachel Hunter from Oracle. We have Jonathan back again from Growth Hackers, who was on our session earlier today. We also have Dan Goldberg, he's come back, and Neha as well from Salon. So we're so excited to hear a little bit more about them and their successful careers and some advice they've got for you all. So welcome to our panelists. Hello, everyone. The home stretch.
Hi, Jessica. Hi, everyone.
Hello. So I just got to say thank you so much for coming along and being a part of this event. I'm sure the grads will want to connect with you. So apologies in advance for all the friend requests. I think, Dan, you've been getting swamped from our earlier session. Am I right?
Absolutely. It's great to hearing from people as well. And likewise, anyone who's still listening in, if you wanted to connect on LinkedIn, please do.
I'm so excited. So maybe we'll go from sort of top to bottom for those who've just tuned in or for those people in the future. Tell us a little bit about you, what you do in your day-to-day role, and maybe a little bit more about, any sort of way that you got to be in your career. Like, did it happen by accident? Is there a specific lucky moment? Starting with you, Rachel, over at Oracle, what do you do there and how did you come to be in that job?
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long stretch for everyone else. It's great to be here. Thank you. I run the cloud engineering business unit who looks after independent software vendors at Oracle, and my team works across JPAC. So for us, that's an industry term that means Japan and all of Asia Pacific. And we work with all kinds of, startups to larger independent software vendors that are bringing their products and services out to the market. How I got here. I don't think there's any career path that's straightforward, but I did start my career at Oracle, and I started as a field consultant, working on site at customers, developing bespoke software solutions, and I learned a lot. It was when you're sitting at a customer site and learning all about their business and building something from scratch that solves their problems, you learn very rapidly, and you step through a number of different customers in a short period of time. In their early, in my early days in services, there was a lot of learning, but that was in Europe, and I'm originally from the US. You can hear, and by many ways, it took me across to Australia, and I've been in ANZ roles, I've been in Asia Pacific roles, and like I said, right now I'm in an Asia Pacific role.
Oh my gosh! So does that mean you've been with Oracle your entire career? Is it?
No, I started in a very tiny startup software company in Germany, and then I moved to Oracle. And then I left Oracle in 2013 for about 4 years, and I worked at Adobe, and I had a wonderful learning cycle in digital marketing. And then after that, I came back to Oracle again, and I've taken a couple of different paths since I came back to Oracle in 2017.
I love that. So, this is the thing. I feel like a lot of graduates and people in their careers, we expect our career to have this specific pathway, but I mean, today we've had people who are all across the world traveling here and there. You can return back to the same role. Earlier, Michelle was giving an example from Microsoft that you can apply for a job and not get it and reapply and get it. You know, don't give up. There are so many different options and pathways and ways to success. There is no sort of set method. But I think really what it does boil back to is like trying and not giving up, I feel. So I'm really excited to hear all the things that you have to say and maybe some skills that you think are important for people to have. I'd love to hear any interview, like horror stories or success stories and sort of tools and strategies that you can give advice for young students. I know you're going to get a lot of friend requests, Rachel. Neha, amazing to have you. Thank you for joining. I'm glad we've got some balance here on our panel. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about your role and how you came to be in that role? Any tips you'd give someone in the process of looking for maybe their first job? What was your first job and what do you do now?
Sure. Well, hello everyone. My name is Neha Sharma and thank you so much for having me. I am part of the talent acquisition team at Slalom. So Slalom is a startup in Australia. We started our journey in Seattle back in 2001. Quite a global company with 13,000 employees, but in Australia, we are still about 2 years young. And we are a purpose-driven consulting company focused on technology, business transformation, and strategy. I thought it would be good to have some, diverse perspective of ideas to the table representing my company from a recruiter point of view. So that is what has brought me here. And in terms of my role and my journey, Slalom is known for what we do, but of course, the first thing that we are known for in the industry, in the market, is our culture. So we are a first culture company, and there's a lot of focus on diversity, inclusiveness, equity, sense of belonging. So we really love hiring people for their passion, true passion for technology and staying relevant. And that is really what brought me to the company. It is also an element of giving back to the society. So we love, doing our bit for the community impact. So through Slalom's journey, I understood that making a living, talking to the thought leaders, something that I really love, and giving back to the community doesn't have to be mutually exclusive.
And what was your first role? What did you start out doing? What was the first job that you ever had?
The very first job itself was in recruitment. It was more around recruitment and training and development. I think I really organically connect with people. The thing that I love about this industry, technology, and my job, and where it sort of connects, is understanding how different functions, how different disciplines, and how different companies comes together in the whole value chain of economy, or how we are sort of driving things. The other element I love about my role is the fact that we all have certain sort of social responsibility towards shaping the society. And I understand that every organization has to play a very important role. Tech as a company or technology as a sector has really changed the way we work today. It has completely taken over. So right from the way we shop to the way we eat, the way we are communicating right now, for an example, has all been driven and changed by technology. And I think which is why some people might argue, and rightfully so, that technology or tech companies really have that social, obligation of changing the way communities shaping today, or the society is really driven or thinking today. So that really connects me with both technology and recruitment as my profession, and always has been, always that way.
That's amazing. And so, Dan, over to you. I know that you've been flooded by messages, flooded by people wanting to connect with you. You're in the cybersecurity space, which is just like such a hot area, such a important technology area. I have two questions for you, because you were on the earlier panel, so we covered a lot, and people can go back and watch that if they want to see some of the advice you gave even earlier on, some tips and interview tips. But I wanted to ask you, what do you think are the hot areas to maybe study and get into to someone who's maybe even not yet gone to uni or thinking about their career path? What sort of fields have the most amount of job opportunities and growth areas in tech right now, do you think?
Okay, that's a very specific question. I would say that actually that's really true. And I've thought about it. I could say what is the big growth areas, but I'd rather actually almost say it comes down to being what's true to the individual. Cybersecurity is such a broad area from technology that from whether it be from social engineering to full technical elements. And I think we actually had said this previously, but there is so many ways to get into a cybersecurity career. And I don't think that most people even land in the areas that they first started in. For myself, I started as being a technology person. I've had a three-decade career where I started for 10 years. After 10 years, I was doing network engineering, large-scale data center works, and pretty much rolling my sleeve, doing cutovers from late at nights and all times and phases. Found my way into project management. Whereas project manager doing network transformations, which became digital transformations, we talked about the accidental falling into careers. For me, cybersecurity, when that becoming the hot area, is what I found my way into. And for me, a large part of my work was running large-scale projects and transformations for big banks, corporations, when large-scale global network transformations. As others have mentioned, I've had the opportunity to work overseas as well as also, and come back to the same jobs, being a repeat offenders in many of the large banks and corporations. And there are ongoing trends. If you did courses, you did studies, keep up certifications, you'll find more and more areas. Social networking is a big part of it all, which requires no technical background, but so much work in those sort of areas of cybersecurity. And now where I find myself now at this stage of my career, I'm an advisory for a number of startups in cybersecurity, very involved in the whole community of cybersecurity. And you can find that probably the best way to start off is getting involved in Women in Cybersecurity, Australian Women in Security Network. There are many different bodies that you could join, and they run programs for training and study, as well as also internships and mentoring, that you could find what is your area into cybersecurity.
And so have you, if I'm not mistaken, you've worked for big corporates, you've worked in startup world.
Yes.
What would you say are the differences with both of those? And, is there a particular thing to be mindful of for someone who's maybe just got their eyes on very large brands or versus startups? What's something to consider when it comes to considering applying for big corporates or smaller startups, or is there no massive difference there?
Sorry, it depends on the. I would say they're very, very similar. Startups has a very different approach. It becomes more flexible, but corporate, when you're doing the work, it is the same. Whether you're coming in as a pen tester, whether you're doing in terms of a network and deploying certain hardware and software, it tends to be very, very similar. From a startup, there tends to be a lot more flexibility and ease and sort of like more openness in the way that you are, or shall we say, an agile and flexibility into organising. Corporates were very more conservative in the approach and how you actually work within those organisations. But I'm seeing in the last maybe even 5 years, that's changing a lot also. You've got a large big banks which now have views that you don't wear a suit anymore. You can turn up in board shorts almost if you want to. So flexibility in the workspace is changing a lot, which is why I guess I was thinking a lot of that. I think a great thing, and in my career as well, I started for a small little a startup when I first started, but then I wanted to have more and more experience. So I actually then applied for larger corporate experience. And I think the way to think of your whole career is that you don't have to always be doing the same thing. You have the opportunity to work in all manner of organizations. Spend a few years one. If you want to move to a larger corporate organization, if you want to work then for a startup, reach out to all of these things, and there is those opportunities there.
I really love that. And I think that it's so cool to hear those stories about people changing their culture. And I mean, we're in a society now here in Melbourne, only 38% or so of people have returned back into the office. Like, I work from home. I don't know if many of you do. And so we're seeing this trend of remote working, which has its benefits, but I do get concerned that if we become so used to people working from other locations, then what's going to stop big businesses or startups from going, you know what, well, why don't I go to a place where wages are way cheaper? And then it might cause an issue. So we've obviously got, Jonathan, you're not based in Australia. What do you think about startup world? What's the thing you love about working in startup world for someone who might be just thinking about the big top brands? And do you think we might have any concerns or issues around remote working or this change of lifestyle when it comes to organizations and hiring?
I mean, I've been working for remotely for like 6 years. So for me, COVID didn't really change anything for me. I mean, we worked remotely for 6 years in the company. So there's no change in it. But about your question from the difference between startups and corporates, first, I agree, I think with David was saying, but like what's the big difference between startups and corporates? In corporates, it's very organized and you've got a scope of work or you've got some responsibilities and you don't really get like away from it. In a startup, no matter the size, whether it's 5 people or 20 people, you do a bit of everything. You do a bit of hiring, project management, accounting, marketing, engineering, you do a bit everything. So even if you're an engineer, you might need to go to an event. Even if you're a marketer, you might do some product testing or something. So the thing is, in a startup, you do a bit of everything. So it's challenging, but it's also really exciting because you don't have time to get bored by something. There's always a million things to do at a startup. You can't, it's like, it's rather like finding the time to do all the things that you have to do. In corporate, it's much more organized. In the startups, it's really, you do, I will not say you multitask, because you still need to do one task at a time. But in a month, you might have 5 or 6 different roles. You do a bit of everything. So I find the startup life really exciting because you keep learning new stuff. You keep learning about marketing, about recruiting, about tech, about customer service and everything. So I find the startup world really exciting. For remote for us, I mean, like we are a bit spread. I mean, I'm based in Taiwan, but my team are spread a bit everywhere in France, because I'm originally from France, like in the Philippines, in Croatia, in the US, and everything. We don't really see. There's not like what's good is this downside that. People might want to work at home all the time, but first, I don't think remote work is for everyone. Probably like half the people don't want to work remotely. They prefer to have like a company culture, have a coffee with your colleagues or something. So it's not for everyone. The advantage of remote is you can hire the right talent no matter where they are based. If they are based in Guatemala or in Melbourne, and you need that skill, you can hire that person. Because if, let's say, you've got to start it in Melbourne and you need to find like a cybersecurity manager, and for some reason everybody in Melbourne already have a job, but you can find maybe someone in Nicaragua who's got exactly the experience that you want. So the advantage here with remote is you can find the skills much more easily, and I would say that's it.
And what do you think is the sort of key to the success that you've had throughout your career? And when you've been in an interview, is there any particular thing that you do or unique thing that you do to prepare for the interview, or that you ask in the interview, or a way that you handle interview questions that you can give us a tip to those who are listening in? What would you suggest to someone?
Okay, there's a question I like to ask on the interview. You know, like a lot of recruiters, they will ask, what are your your 3 best strengths or your 3 best weaknesses? I never ask that question. I prefer to turn it into what do you like to do or what you don't like to do? Because some people, for example, they are really creative, they like to design and everything, but they're not really good with people. So if they tell me, oh, I'm not really a people's person, you are not going to get that person to do, I don't know, like account management or jumping on calls with clients. On the opposite, some people really are people's persons. They like to talk and to collaborate with others, but they are not good on the tech side. So that those people will be more will match having a relationship with other people, as they don't really want to do anything to do with tech or something. So like finding not really what the people are obviously the best at or the worst at, but rather to see what they are passionate about or what they really like to do, and then we can find a role or we can find the right position for that person.
I love that. Yeah, you guys are really open to the concept that not everyone is the same, and finding what people are good at and what they enjoy. Some people can be really good at something, but if they don't enjoy it, then they might not have as much success in that particular role. So I guess then I want to ask to you, Rachel, does Oracle have, because you've just mentioned there, Jonathan, you have a different style of interviewing, and startups might be more of a coffee kind of thing. What's the process over at Oracle like? Do you have trick questions? Do they have the testing? What's your sort of fallback in terms of when you interview a candidate? How do you choose the right person? What are you looking for usually?
Okay, you've got through your conversation, you've hit on so many interesting topics that I just wanted to touch on a few things. I think specifically Dan was really outspoken about the difference between enterprise and startup. But I think, there's flexibility in enterprise businesses and there's flexibility in startup. The challenge with the startup is that there's not a bunch of hands to do everything. And so you have to roll up your sleeves and get stuff done. And when I worked in a tiny company, I carried monitors to trade shows. I did, we did everything, all of our developers got t-shirts when we did our, because then they showed up and stood at the booths. And that's in an enterprise size company, it's different. But the difference for me in a big company is that there are a certain stream of tasks that I need to do to be considered to be performing well in my role. But I wake up every day with this palette of things that I could also do. And if I don't choose a path, I can just be on my merry way. But there is the choice is so broad to go off into a direction. So I think you have great flexibility, but again, both in a startup and in an enterprise, a lot of that comes down to you and your personality. And I will segue that back into hybrid work or remote work. I think everyone who's commented on this is absolutely correct. Remote work is not for everybody. Office work isn't for everybody. Some people are incredibly introverted and they feel much more productive and comfortable when they're in their own environment. And some people are energized by being around others. But I think particularly at the start of your career, the engagement that you get through even some kind of hybrid work, or if you're engaged in a hybrid team, is far greater and will propel you further in your career. Once you're established and you have that drive and some of the vision for where you're going, you built out your professional network, it's a lot easier to be remote. But when we see new people entering the workforce, they don't know what they don't know. But if you're sitting in an office and someone's talking about some other project that you've got no idea about, you can hear what people are talking about. You can hear their observations. So I believe and I think I've done some kind of remote work for most of my career, because even when I was working for Oracle in Germany, my boss was in Colorado. So I've done this, and I think that comes back to your communication style or your stakeholder management, how you communicate outward to others, what you are doing, because sometimes people, you can be incredibly busy and no one can perceive that you are busy because you haven't taken the energy or figured out a really productive way for you to communicate outwards what you're doing and what you're working on. Trick questions? No. We do have like a framework where we'll go through questions and, use a little bit of the STAR method. But one of the things I have an opinion about interviews. You can ask people and you can ask people a bunch of targeted questions to determine what they don't know. Or you can try to ask people really open questions to get them to teach you about what they do know. Because, and I'm sorry, I remember Dan's name. I don't remember the other person's name, and your name's not coming up. I'm sorry. Jonathan. I think Jonathan said it absolutely correctly. We all have different working styles. We all have different things that we're good at. And if I create an interview that is very targeted at finding out the things that you're not good at, I'm not going to build a diverse team, and I'm not going to figure out what what's your passion. And when I build a team, I need a team that has a variety of skill sets. And then my final point is back to your earlier point, Jess, which was, even if you apply for a job with a company and you don't get selected, that doesn't mean you're not on our radar. It doesn't mean we haven't heard of you and noted who you are. You just might not have the right set of skills for the role we're trying to fill at that point in time. And sometimes, in larger companies, we'll send, we'll say, I've got this person and I think they might be a great fit for your part of the business or your organization. So always, even if you don't think you match up to a role completely, don't let that stop you. Put your name out there, get on the company's radar, talk about what it is that company does that excites you. And then they'll think, okay, maybe we're just going to keep this person's name on our list. We might have something for them, not today, maybe a few months from now or in the future.
You're so right. Like, people give up so easily when it comes to applying for roles, and sometimes they might take it personally, but being someone who I've got to make that choice, 4 brands, I get thousands of resumes, I pass those. Sometimes that person knows even sometimes better than you do about whether or not that role is a fit for you. If you've just explicitly stated that, you don't really like work well under pressure and you like to really take your time, and it's a super fast-paced workplace, right? Things are really happening. Doesn't mean that you're no good because you like to take your time. It just means that might not be a match of workplace for you, and you won't thrive there and you won't maybe enjoy it. So yes, sometimes they might say, oh, not now, but later. And that's true. So I encourage you to reapply, but also know that we're making the decision usually because what we feel will fit well for the company and also for yourself. And that's based on what you tell us. There's no point in fitting in and forcing yourself to pretend to be something you're not. I always relate it back to similar to dating. Not everyone's going to be your match, and that's okay. It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with you. Then you don't want to change who you are in order to apply for a job. You should be looking for the jobs that match who you are. And let's be real, I'll be completely honest, sometimes people apply for jobs that they're not really well suited to. And that's fair enough. They might not have done their proper research and they're applying for a place that just completely clashes with either their workplace culture or the skills are not right. And had they done their proper research, they might have, seen that and known that and saved themselves time. So it's a little bit about preparing, because then you're ready to know, well, what does this workplace look for? Does that match in with me? So it's a little bit about preparing and researching. And it's also about understanding and asking the right questions to see not only am I suitable, but will I enjoy it? Because there's no point in getting the job, but it's similar to dating. No point in, oh yes, he wants to take me on a date, and then but you don't really like him that much. Well, that's not a win, really, is it? So no point in getting a job, but it's a job that's not the right match for you. That might not end up well for your career and stuff like that. So
it's no secret people perform the best at the tasks that they enjoy. So there's no sense in trying to contort yourself into something that you're not, because you might be able to perform the task, but you're never going to compete it with as much passion and involvement as if it's something you enjoy.
And tell them, this is another tip for anyone who's here who's actually in a job already, but you might want a promotion or want a change of career or something, or you're not enjoying your role. Sometimes it's a matter of literally coming up and having a conversation. We had a girl, her name was Simran. She was in our last panel last year. One of our success stories from our internship program. I mean, we've got so many students who've done the program and gone on to get amazing jobs. But I remember distinctly the day she came into the office, because we only work remotely since COVID. Before that, we're in the office. And she said, hey, Jess, is it possible that I can clean the data and have a play around and actually, clean it up and fix all of the mistakes and the, incorrectly inputted information? I was like, what? Why do you want to do that? Like, oh, I really enjoy it. And I'm like, really? And so sometimes some things that you enjoy, the other person might not enjoy, and they might not think that you want to do that, but you've got to go up and be like, hey, I actually really like talking to customers and making sales calls. Is there a chance I could try that out or do that? And you're an engineer, or vice versa. Hey, I really like coding. Can I give a hand to or I'm into design. Can I help with the UI, UX stuff? You'd be surprised at how easy it is to actually transfer your career within the existing job that you've got in workplace. You can move from being a programmer to a designer. It doesn't mean you need to do a course. You might just see if you can join that team for a week. Ask your boss. Chances are they probably might say yes. And now you're on a new career path and you haven't had to quit or leave or anything, So I think that's something that's important to consider. Neha, I want to know, what would be something in an interview that you would say is your ultimate tip? Like, what's a strategy that you use? Do you like storytelling when you, are interviewing for a job, or do you believe in, what is a tip that you can give a graduate when they're sitting in an interview? What's something you do to prepare? Dan said, read their annual report. What do you do to have success in a job interview? Personally?
I love that question. I would really want everyone, the students who've joined today, to feel empowered and leave this conversation having this thought that is, an interview process for any company is not just for a company to evaluate you, but also for you to evaluate the company. That should be really the guiding principle in your mind. And of course, you could substantiate that by doing the research for yourself. But even during the interview process, there's so many tells, there's so many indications that should speak to how much the company is really trying to invest in the candidate experience, trying to understand you as a person first, and then as a professional, trying to understand your career aspirations, your pain points, what is that you would require from the company. The expectation setting should be actually two ways. There needs to be a conversation, a meaningful, impactful conversation during the rounds where somebody's actually taking the time in getting to know these elements. And if that is not happening, please remind yourself that you are very much within your rights and reasons to anchor those discussions and to take control of the conversations and sort of lead the person who's interviewing you. So that's my very first tip. And then to Rachel's point, I completely second the fact that you need to be your authentic self in the job that you're doing. You really cannot succeed if you're not enjoying what you do. And if during the interview process, if you observe that the company has not done enough, the recruiter or the hiring managers have not done enough to sort of dig deeper into your aspirations, then simply just put that forward. So be vocal during the conversation. So that would be my biggest two tips. But I would also like to unpack a bit around the flexibility, because the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of startups could be that. And there's so much talk that has happened around the same. So maybe during the process, it could be flexibility. It could be anything that means the most to you as a person. it would be a good idea to ask your interviewer or especially your potential hiring manager, like, what is their stance on the subjects that means most to you? So that is something that give you a sense of belonging when you start in that role. And specifically to flexibility, when I'm speaking to candidates or my hiring managers, for an example, and then they say that we want to be flexible as an employer, or a candidate tells me that I want to join a company that offers flexibility, when I ask them, could you break that down for me? You'll be surprised to know how many different definitions are floating around. So there's cognitive flexibility, which is around how you really strategize or how you underline the objectives of the work that you want to do. There's behavioral flexibility that allows somebody to understand having a safe environment where you are allowed or enabled to enact the way your own, EQ or IQ guides you. There's emotional flexibility that creates a safe environment where you think that you are able to challenge the thought process in the most respectful way. There's a flexibility where you decide when the work needs to be done. There's a flexibility where you decide if or not you want to work remote or from where you want to work. And sometimes it's not mutually exclusive. So if you have a flexibility to decide from where you want to do the work, but you don't have the flexibility to decide what work you want to do, it will not translate into good employee experience. So maybe unpack a bit of that or anything that means the most to you as a candidate during the conversation, and walk away with enough data points for you, whatever you need to arrive at the decision, if or not that's the right company for you. So it's really the mindset shift and feeling empowered that way, and supporting everything with the research that goes into the process. You cannot expect a company to invest in you if you are not coming across as somebody who's invested in the process to begin with.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and would say that that's some really good advice, that you are a candidate with a unique set of skills. And the important thing is not just getting the job that's right for you, but you finding the opportunity that's going to suit and match and mesh with what you want to do. And it's also, I actually sort of love that we've got a company like Oracle here, who's really known for having such intense training and upskilling their team, and you getting that investment piece. So and they've got little labs and stuff like that within their organization, and teams that actually do a lot that's similar to startups. They work closely with startups. So I think it's important for people to understand that you can work in a big organization, just like Rachel said, and still have the experience of a startup. You can work in a startup and, still have a similar experience as a corporate. So you don't want to close your mind to the types of opportunities that are available to you. And you can shift and change your career by asking your boss. If you're working for a big brand name, the good benefit is you can sort of say, oh, hey, is it possible I can do a, training or upskilling or do 1 week over here, and they can put you there because they've got a lot of people. Whereas maybe sometimes in some startups might not have that opportunity, but you might have other opportunities. So for the young people out there, try and test. There's no harm in seeing what works for you and changing your mind later. Nobody really has a career path where they get into one job and that's all they do for their entire career. They usually shift and change, and I'm sure, Dan can attest to that. And sometimes it's about still having your own personal branding and your own skills that you're able to provide, so that you can do something like consulting, which I think that's what you do, Dan. So tell me, what would you say to your younger self, right? Starting out in your career, is there any particular piece of advice you would give, university age Dan?
Love that question. That is the biggest advice I would give myself is that it's never too late. I, for many years, thought that I wanted to do this, but I had to focus on one thing. In my career now, I have reinvented myself and gone and changed and done so many different things, whether it be in technology space or outside of that as well. Don't be afraid to think that if you're focusing on programming now, I'm doing those skill sets and that's what I'm going to do now, that's what you're always going to do. I spent 10 years in being a network engineer, found my way into project management with the skill sets that I had there. I worked on my interpersonal skills and far more focused on my business skills. And that's important things of upskilling. Is then I found myself as starting up Dodo Internet and eventually finding my role as Chief Operations Officer for that role. And then over the years, found my way into many different things, found my way into cybersecurity, which was purely accidental because that was the trend and I was deploying projects. I think you have to work on what are your skill sets and what you can now augment. I love when we were saying before that this is very much, I'm doing the analogy of like it's like a relationship. When you're doing the interviewing, when you're finding the role, reach up, put yourself up don't be afraid to speak out and look for the new opportunities, whether you're in the role or seeking something new. From the first reference, Kelly said that reaching out to, you're going to have an interview, reach out to the person leading the interview even before the interview. I know for myself personally, in the world of LinkedIn, if I had done an interview, I had reached out to and said thank you. Made sure that if there was something I didn't cover off while doing the interview, or if I was passionate about something that was happening, that I let them know through LinkedIn and wrote them a message saying thank you. This was this, I really love the opportunity, this particular opportunity. Maybe if this wasn't a fit, I really love the opportunity to talk with you further on down the track about this, that, or the other. And you've got to think of this as the long term, that don't think that if I didn't get this interview now, I'll write this off entirely. That's not where I want to be. I think when I was doing my university degree, I wanted to work in bionics and ear technology. I never did that in my whole career because I think one of the first interviews I ever did was I applied as an engineer for bionic hearing aids and those sort of technologies, and I didn't get the job. And I've never done that throughout the remaining part of my career. But I'm very happy with the opportunities that I have.
Never know. I think it was a guy from Colonel Sanders or something, isn't it? He didn't start till he was like 60. It's never too late to try something. Even if you're here just tuning in as an accident or something and you weren't even like looking for a career change, but there was always something that you sort of wanted to do. Don't give it up, and there's always room for growth. So I guess to kind of close us off, because we are at the end of the day, it's been amazing, these sessions. I'll just ask, very lucky last, what advice would you give to the younger you? We'll go Jonathan, Neha, and then Rachel. Jonathan, what would you say to your younger self starting out in your career?
I will go with Dan's tip, actually, like trying a lot of different things, because it's really hard to know what's going to be your career, what's your passion, or what's your skill. So I would say at the beginning of your career, you should try different paths, and there's two ways to do this. Either you could try from companies to companies or jobs to jobs, one after the other, but that could be complicated to change job every 6 months. But what Dan was saying is sometimes like you get a job, whether it's a startup or a large company, but if you don't feel challenged, you feel that you will fit better on a different role or different position, ask your manager or your CEO, or is there something else I can try? Is there another skill I can learn? And so there's two ways. So either you go from job to job, which is not so recommended, or you develop or you improve in the job you currently have and try different things, because you might think you are passionate about, I don't know, cybersecurity, but for some reason, your path is more about design or AI, I don't know. But if you don't try, you won't know. So the thing is, like, if you see an opportunity to try something more, to try something new, catch that opportunity, and never be shy to ask to try something. I mean, if you ask your friend or your CEO or your manager to try something else, he or she will be very happy to let you try. So don't be shy and try different things until you find what you're passionate about and what you like to do and what you're good at.
Awesome. And Neha, what would you give as advice to your younger self, or a piece of advice to your younger self?
To my younger self, or let's say to the graduates hearing us today, I would say be your authentic self would be the number one thing coming to my mind. The second will be probably finding a coach or a mentor early on in your journey, because this is a time when you don't know what you don't know. So having somebody help you navigate through the career pathway is probably the most important thing that you can help yourself with. And the third thing would be essentially having a job search strategy. So not going blind, trying to understand what it would mean if I land up a job in a startup, vis-a-vis a consulting company, vis-a-vis a product company, and how that could translate into my employee experience, my learning journey. So I understand having a coach or mentor would also help you with those data points and learnings, but just connecting with people, attending events like this, networking in the market, and having a proper job strategy in mind would really be of great help, and not just going blind.
I love that. And to close us off, Rachel, amazing. We're here at the end of this very, very awesome conference. What advice would you give young Rachel?
Well, to echo on some other comments, absolutely get a mentor early on, but be very clear about the time commitment and what you want from the mentor. Because if you just call up someone who's in a job where you think you want to be in the future and you say, hey, I want you to be my mentor, they might be hesitant to commit their time. But if you say, could you meet with me once a month for 1 hour, these are the topics I would like to discuss, you're more likely to find a very willing and constructive mentorship very early on in your career. And second, the type of learning that you do at uni and the type of learning that you do once you enter the workforce is different. When you are at uni, you're learning to get a broad perspective about everything, all aspects of a particular subject that you're taking. Once you hit the workforce, you transition into what I would call a learning with purpose mode, where you just go straight in and you're learning something for a specific project or task, and you're learning to very quickly pick up the pieces of things that you need and letting the other things fall by the wayside. And that transition, be kind to yourself when you're going through that transition, because the pace at which you suddenly find yourself learning things is completely different, but you find that your learning will be much more streamlined, and sometimes things stay with you a lot better because they have a purpose. But yeah, take it easy on yourself when you make that transition, because it is quite different.
Yeah. And you're not going to get every job you apply for. I'm sure that everyone on this panel and the previous panels all day, I can guarantee there's almost nobody that has not been rejected in an interview before. I'm pretty confident on that, unless I'm wrong, but statistically speaking, everybody goes through this. So don't give up the hope. Continue to pursue your career, upskill yourself. I really hope you guys have enjoyed the session. For everyone who's tuned in, drop us your comments. Stay connected, connect up with us, and it's been an absolute pleasure to meet everyone. I thank you, everyone on the panel, for your time. For those who want to connect in, register on our website so we can send you an email. We'll get everyone's details sent out to everyone, and I hope you all have an amazing rest of your day or night, or if you're in the future, thank you so much for tuning in and watching the session. Enjoy, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Jess.
Take care, everyone.
Bye, guys.
All right, guys, we're going to log out. Thank you for joining in. If you stayed to the whole session, drop us a comment and enjoy the rest of your day. Please leave your tips in the comment box. Bye for now.